Whoa. So they don't see my screen. Only you guys see my screen.
Oh, is that good or bad?
Alright.
So you guys can see my
Alright,
whatever.
Good.
We lower the music because I still feel like it's really loud, even though it's really low. Turn. Okay, let me see. Let me get my stream up on my phone.
Yeah, I got pop out. I got pop out chat, but I might.
Cause
I got a pop-up chat ready to go too.
You got what?
Pop out chat.
Pop out chat? I don't even know what that is.
It's like Twitch has like you can like pop the chat out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did not know that. Okay. Alright. Welcome to another episode of We Play Visual Novels. We don't know what episode it is, but it doesn't matter. I'm back with Ash, PixelsandPins, and Alex Justice,
Woo!
aka Jellyfishtheactor. We're going to be playing As We Know It by Jamie Scribbles. A little bit later in the stream, I'll drop all the links for you guys so you can download the game on itch.io and all that fun stuff, or Steam. I guess we'll just get into it because I don't really know what else to say. Oh wait,
fair.
PixelsandPins. And
what?
And oh no, sorry. I was trying to do an announcement thing, but I just got distracted. PixelsandPins and Jellyfishtheactor are both voice actors, but Ash also does game dev and voice directing and writing and editing and everything known to man. Art. She does everything.
I don't sleep. That's something I don't do.
She can knock out a game in 2 weeks. I've seen it.
I believe.
Yeah, I have done that. It's true.
She can write,
I've done it twice.
Program, everything in 2 weeks.
Oh, Sleeperoo says I was streaming Fortnite, BTW.
Does say I'm streaming Fortnite?
Apparently,
yes,
like maybe your Twitch says you're streaming Fortnite.
Oh, so that's why I lost all my viewers. I was wondering why I had 8 viewers. I was like, that doesn't make sense.
We're professional.
Yeah, it does say you're streaming Fortnite.
Why?
Sorry, love.
Because I didn't tag any game because... Alright. Let's see if I can do this on my phone.
Hey, Jamie.
Hello
She's
there,
in
the best.
Just in the chat now.
Oh,
We're gonna play your game.
Drop those links in my chat. They can click it. Dashboard? No, I wanna... It is say Fortnite. Why?
I don't know, man.
As we... Can't you just make a new category? Why does it have to be an old one? Indie game? Like, is there a category for... Oh my gosh, this is messed up. I'm just gonna put just chatting. There's nothing else to say.
I mean, just go ahead and just do it. It's fine.
Just chatting. Not about to get those angry Fortnite fans in here.
Just chat.
Okay. Anna, you're not.
This isn't Fortnite at all.
This is not Fortnite. Where's the epic victory royales? Update. Come on. I'm a professional, I swear. In the meantime, let's start. Successfully updated your information. Well, I went down from 8 to 4 real quick. That makes a lot of sense. They clicked it for Fortnite and was like, this is not Fortnite.
Content warning. Mature content and language. Alcohol and drug use.
Oh my god.
Intense
violence,
situation.
Content.
Oh,
This
I
game is
forgot
intended
to
for mature audience. Players' discretion is advised.
When I clicked on the stream earlier, it said mature, so.
Oh yeah, it's got a warning. I forgot to pull this up. Alright, here are the credits.
Oh, Sasquatch. Okay.
Yep, so, support indie devs.
Yeah.
Shout out to the beta testers. Nice. Very cool. Okay, now we can play.
Let's begin.
We have to make Ashlyn look awesome, so...
Well, she looks awesome as it is.
Yeah, she does. What color hair? Blue,
Uh,
brown, white.
Jamie, since you're here,
Yeah, why don't we let her decide what the color of the cat should look like?
Yeah, Jamie, what's the canon that you imagine Ashlyn as?
Hmm.
Whoa. Can you tell me why
Uh-oh.
Facebook
It
Messenger
got quiet for me.
keeps... Oh, it got quiet. Hello? Oh,
Uh-oh.
that's not good. Tan skin, brown hair, but there really isn't a canon version.
Hmm.
Tan skin, brown hair. I can hear you, Alex. You can't hear
I
us?
hope you guys can hear me, alright?
I can hear you. You can't hear us? Ash, can't hear you though.
Oh boy, something's wrong here.
Oh no! Alright. Oh, she's typing something. Ash, what happened? Oh, you said brown hair, right? Oops. Oh, which brown hair? And then you said tan skin. So like this. I can't hear either of you in Discord at this point, I think. Very satisfying voice. Honestly, low-key can't hear anyone. Oh, Ash is gone. Ash. Technical difficulties. Oh, it's me. It's definitely me. Hold up. Definitely me. Why? Twitch gods are like, you should be streaming Fortnite right now. I don't understand. Discord is like connecting, but it won't let me join the call. Connecting. Connecting. Alright, give us a second to figure this out, I guess. Oh my god, is it just Discord? Are we doing this? This is gonna be really weird if we can't get Discord to work. Because I'm sharing the screen on Discord. Whee. Let's restart Discord, honestly. I'm just gonna quit it and reopen it. What the heck? Why is my game so tiny? Oh my god, my chat box is still showing up on the screen? I really wanted it to not. Okay. What the? Okay. Whoa. My whole stream is messed up. Yeah, Discord's definitely broken. But you guys should still be able to hear me though. Anyway, if you scroll up, Jamie, who is Waffles Are the Best, posted the links to the game.
Okay.
Oh,
that was
what?
so weird.
That is
What
that
happened
was
there?
weird. I don't know.
I think Discord had a hissy fit.
I literally had to restart my Discord. Okay.
I was scared.
That wasn't like that's like Discord just be a jerk. Jerk Discord.
Snap.
Right?
Let me share the game now.
Can't see the screw. Okay, I think I can now. And yeah, okay, we're
Oh,
good.
Okay.
all right. We're gonna pretend none of that happened. Oh my god.
Cool.
I was telling
Jamie's
everyone to come join us. Yeah, Jamie said what?
Jamie said tan skin, brown hair, but there isn't really a canon version.
Yeah, she said yup to this one. So
Okay.
All right then.
get it.
We will go with that.
Yeah.
Because it was all kind of like.
So, do you want me to narrate and you guys do all the voices, or like, how do you want to
Sure.
do that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Listen, I'm no voice actor, so
That's why you should do the narration.
just do the narration. It's like the most parts. All right, doesn't matter. All right. It was a tiny place, much smaller than our house had been, but we wouldn't die here if the power went out during a dust storm.
Ashlyn, can you help me with this?
Who wants to be Ashlyn?
I guess I can just be all the girls
All the
and
girls?
Alice can be all the dudes.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
sure, why not?
let's get it.
Sure, just let me change out of these rags first.
Oh, nice.
Hello. Well,
hello.
It's a tank top and shorts.
He said
So, like,
hello.
just like in a snap. Boom.
Well, Alex, you good? Hello.
Huh?
No, you said
Closed power.
hello. All right. I changed quickly and then I rushed over to open the tub with their very limited possessions inside. We had to leave a lot behind to come here. They had informed us of the limited space. My mother sighed and started to lift things carefully out of the box and place them on the various shelves that were provided. Actually, really interesting that she chose to use past tense. I've always seen like visual novels in like present tense. I don't
My
know.
first game did past tense.
Yeah, Secrets Untold was past tense. It's just interesting.
Hmm.
Yep, it is interesting. It's a weird way of narrative story,
Yeah.
narrative direction.
I'm into it.
I miss all of our things already.
What'd she say? I missed
I miss them too.
Let's go with I missed it too.
Whoa, I'm using a control. Whoa, what is this? Hold on a second. We got a calendar? Oh, snap. Let's just leave it there.
Oh no.
We should try to stay positive. See, my problem is the minute I started writing visual novels, I went into like so I used to always write past tense because I was doing novels and short stories. And the minute I started writing visual novels, like now I automatically go into present tense and it pisses me off because I'll be like, dude, wait, I want this to be in past tense. What am I doing? So like,
Past is harder to do in visual novels, honestly.
yeah, I did it once. And I really liked it, and I did it with a couple other things. But yeah.
Yeah, it
Anyway,
is.
go.
Oh, we should try.
Well, I'm
I just
gonna cut your opinion off. Sorry.
No, it's alright. It's alright. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't have anything of value to say. I was gonna disagree with you. Say literally me. Mom sighed again and just shook her head.
I suppose.
Oh my god, you guys, I've been so excited to play this game. Post-apocalyptic games are my jam.
Cool.
Mom stood up and started organizing everything into an appropriate spot. I went to our new beds and began to lay out the provided linens. The fabric was very soft and free of sand. I almost felt bad touching it. Free of sand. We had a
Hate
bathroom.
sand.
Of course, and it gets
I
everywhere.
hate sand. We had a bathroom, kitchen area, and separate beds. There was also a hinged table that could be pulled up from the wall, and small chairs that could be tucked away. On the wall by the door was a metallic intercom system with a tiny speaker. The floor was hard and made of vinyl that roughly resembled wood. Vinyl. Well, ignore that.
Vinyl.
I said vinyl.
I'm gonna call it from now on.
Everyone's
Vinyl.
always making fun of me. My friend was making fun of me because I said Mario instead of Mario.
It's okay.
But Mario doesn't say... Alright, I'm not gonna have this argument. But, Mario. My whole life it's been Mario Brothers. Anyway, I'd stared at the shower for a while before realizing what it was. I showed Mom and we both watched the water fall from the ceiling as we twisted the knobs. It was incredible. There were even fake windows by the bed, featuring paintings of incredible landscapes with green trees and water, something I had only ever seen in books. It was small and it wouldn't provide a lot of privacy, but it was safe. It was home. The crackle of the intercom made me jump. I looked at Mom and then we both looked at the small speaker. The voice was understandable despite the static. You can be the intercom, Alex.
Sure. In 1 hour, I need all new citizens to come to the community center for orientation. I hope you all found your accommodations comfortable and efficient. If anyone has any questions or concerns, please remember that we are always here for you.
Always. There was a pop and the noise stopped. I started to look over the map that had been in the welcome basket on the table. Doesn't this kind of remind you of like Fallout? A little bit?
Yeah, a
In,
scooch.
like, the vault.
Yeah, a scooch.
The layout was simple, but I'd probably still get lost. I was used to wide open spaces, and here there were tunnels and paths all over the place. Should we study the map?
Study the
Just
map.
get out there.
Oh no, explore! Explore!
I was gonna
What?
say, Ash, why do you want to read the map? Girl, just
Maps are for chumps.
I don't know, to be smart so we know where we're going.
No.
Alex, you're
I don't wanna be
outnumbered.
lost.
Too bad, we're exploring.
Uh,
Oh, Jamie said Fallout was an inspiration for sure. I love
Hells yeah.
Love
for you.
the vault feel. I love the idea that the whole. So I don't know, because I didn't preface it by saying this, but in the info packet that Jamie sent me, it said that the outside world was like really hot, and so like
Yeah.
the Ashlyn and her mom get into this, like I forget what she called it. It's like a community underground, and this is
Like a
where
bunker?
the store starts. It's kind of like a bunker. I don't know. Jamie confirmed.
I can dig it.
I think it's like an underground civilization, but it definitely looks like a vault.
She says underground city.
Underground city. Whoa. Nice. I stepped outside after telling Mom I would be back in a bit. She had only given me a distracted nod. The halls were buzzing with activity, people in and out of uniform wandering around. Doors hung open while people laughed, cried, shouted, and even sang. I noticed a sign on the wall pointing towards the community center, so I followed it. I turned a corner and ran into something solid. Ooh. This is something solid.
oh!
What?
I stumbled a step back and hands clasped my shoulders. I can read, I swear.
Are you alright?
That sounded like a recording. Oh my god. Whoa, Alex. The man
you.
released his grip after a moment and studied me briefly, his words surprisingly gentle as his grip had been.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I should watch where I'm going.
It's quite alright, but you should try to be more alert.
Wow. Really, buddy? He started to walk away, so I spoke up to stop him.
Is this the right way to the community center?
You're heading to the newcomer orientation?
I was just trying to see if I could find it, and then I'm going back to get my mother.
That's a good plan. You're more likely to remember the location if... Oh,
He held his hand out to me. Oh. Alright.
Grabby.
forgive me. I'm Dr. Micah Everett. You might see me around at the clinic.
Whoa, he's a doctor.
Hells yeah, he is.
A magic
Just
doctor?
saying. Oh, a what doctor?
A magic doctor?
He can make the apocalypse disappear.
Just snaps his fingers. I'm Ashlyn. Doctor?
Yes, that's me. I should have introduced myself earlier. Unfortunately, I am a bit distracted at the moment.
I'm distracted every moment. He smiled slightly, so I nodded and tried not to show how thrown off I was by his polite tone.
I suppose I'll need to decide on some kind of job. They're supposed to tell us more at the orientation.
Oh, don't worry. They plan to have an open house for each career, so everyone can learn more about them.
Oh, do we get to pick a career and stuff?
How exciting. It's like real life.
Yeah, I forgot. That's like real life. I forgot to say that this game has 135,000 words and 30 endings.
What the shit? That's so many endings.
You can
Why would you make so many endings?
These
What's
are
wrong with
all
you?
the endings. Look at that.
Why would you do this? Stop that.
The headache
Okay.
it must have been to write all that.
It's too
Okay.
many. I could never do that by myself. Like I do all my games by myself, and I could not do that.
Endings are hard. Branching off is hard. I'm trying to do that for my new game, Battle Royale for Your Heart, but I'm like, while I'm mapping it out, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna have to write endings for each choice, or what?
Yeah, that's why I have yet to tackle one of those really like big ending style games. Like most of my games have like pretty simple endings because just the effort of like conceiving that many different endings, like just the thought of it makes me want to like vomit.
And I have like a problem where I'll write the first canon ending and be like, it's good, why do I need the other ending? This is what happens.
Like I'm like I flowcharts. Yeah, I'm the master of flowcharts as well. So flowcharts are the bomb.
I have Final Draft, and I'm using like a beat board now in the program.
Noise.
And I'm
like a real like a real writer.
Yes, I'm like moving the things around because I had to do a lot of writing out to pull off what I want to pull off. But yeah, it's hard because when I did Secrets Unsung, it was like on a date system, and like you could go on. You didn't have to go like on all 3 dates. You could skip around on the dates. And I was like, how do you make this function correctly with the transitions between them making sense? So it's. I basically gave that up for the D. Like basically how I decided to, in the end, to do the D stands for demon. It's just like you meet all the love interests, and then there's like one single like gauntlet of like choices you make, and that sends you on a route. I was like, screw this. Like, whatever. You're here to date a lizard man. Excuse me, dragon man. I was racist for a minute. I apologize. Like, you're here to date a dragon man. It doesn't need to be a complex game. Yeah, you know what? In my game, you can date a wolf man, too. So
you know what?
You're here for, if you're a scaly, go to Ash. If you're a furry, come to me.
I just choked on my soda because of you.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's true, but it's fine.
Nah,
send me. I'll send you the furries if you send me the scalies.
I mean, I'm here for it. Honestly, actually, now that you mentioned that, I'm gonna need some advice on creating a whole what do you call it? Like backstory, like lore. Ash is queen of lore. Ash is queen of lore. Honestly, she's got it.
It's true. It's because I have no life.
Didn't your thing have a language too? In the D?
Oh yeah, like like I got languages and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah.
Oh nah, she's. I'm
a regular. I was gonna say I'm a regular Tolkien, but he's a racist white guy. I don't like that.
All right.
I'm a regular, not racist version of Tolkien.
You're also not a white guy, but it's all right.
It's whatever. I'm white, so it's fine.
One third. You're one.
Okay.
All right, Alex, go ahead.
You wouldn't happen to have any medical knowledge, would you? We can always use people in the clinic.
She's so tasty, Laura.
It's delicious.
Whoa, more than one choice?
That's so many choices.
Too much agency.
I don't really want to work. Oh, come on.
That's me.
Your character absolutely lazy, just...
I mean, I'd be thinking it, but I don't know if I would verbalize it. I don't know if I'd be like, yeah, I don't really plan on pulling my weight.
How about, I guess I have some?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds fair.
Yeah, you guys, right. I'm using a controller, because you can use controller on Remby games now, and it's lit.
Yes. Whoa. It's pretty lit. I need to test this. I need to test that out.
Yeah, it's working well so far. Oh yeah, go ahead, Ash. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I've had to treat a few illnesses and injuries. Nothing extreme, though. Kind of hard to get to doctors for minor stuff on the surface.
I feel like if you know medicine, you're like the most important person in the apocalypse. That's
probably. Like medicine and textile artists.
Yeah,
I would also say agriculture as well, and well as vegetation too. So, because, I mean, people, if you know how to grow food, that's going to be a big, important thing too. All right.
Yeah, but you're going to need to do it inside this community, because I think the earth is, like, scorched, so you can't, like, grow anything in this setting. People were arguing about the textile workers and stuff, because they were like, well, you can't just loot stores for the rest of your life, right?
Right, exactly.
They're like, after about a few years, the clothes are going to start to get, like, gross. So you're gonna have
Precisely.
someone's gonna have to sew the clothes by hand all over again. Walking Dead
And
is fake.
someone's going to have to eventually like know how to like weave fabric.
Yeah, at one point in time. That's
Anyway.
a lot of work.
Continue on. All right. That's a great start, though.
I mean, is it though? I'm just kidding. We were both quiet for a moment. I started to feel awkward.
I suppose I should let you get back to what you were doing. Sorry for running into you, literally. Shh, phone.
Nah.
Oops,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's a good song. I actually had that on my phone too.
That was
That's
a
like-
song? I thought someone was yelling in the
No, it was Matt Mercer saying, "All right, Ash."
Oh! Whoa, I didn't even hear any of that. I was like, yo, someone's yelling right now?
But
Anyway,
That's
it was my
clever.
phone.
That's
yeah,
clever.
but yeah, it was lovely meeting you, Ashlyn. I'm sure I'll see you around.
Will you, Mr. Doctor? Huh?
Hmm.
He's on the list of endings, huh? Alright.
And he's on a list of many of the endings.
1 of 30. No, it's like 8 of 30 or something.
Yeah,
That's a
like
lot.
it's yeah.
He smiled and continued on his way. He had been a bit distant, but seemed friendly if you got past the formal way he spoke. I went back to following the signs until I realized that they did indeed lead directly to where I needed to go. I went back to get Mom, and then we headed to the community center together. Whoa, this definitely reminds me of Fallout. Like when you have to go in Fallout 3 and then take the test, the examination.
Vaguely, it's been a bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a scene where you gotta go in the classroom, you have to take a test to see whatever your job placement is or whatever. Quote unquote job placement. A large Welcome to Camden banner had been hung above the doors to the community center. The room was noisy and crowded. There were chairs facing a small stage and tables lined with coffee and water. Nice. Bulletin boards were on the walls with various flyers and notices tacked onto them haphazardly. The stage held the podium, and in front there were 2 clean but vintage speakers. Whoa, the mayor? The man I assumed to be the mayor was talking to some security officers on the stage. He stood tall and easy with a commanding presence. He looked important. Sat down in an empty seat with Mom and looked around. People were reacting to this new situation in a variety of ways. Alright, none of this has started yet, but I'm already down to set my mom up with the mayor. What about you guys?
Oh my god, yes.
Right?
I want my
First lady?
stepdad to be the mayor.
Damn. A woman near the back of the room was sobbing, and the man next to me was just staring blankly off into space. Mostly there was an air of relief. We had been accepted. Chosen. We were safe now. Oh, that kind of hurts my heart, Jamie. Oh my gosh. A hush fell over the crowd as the man stood to address us. He was handed a small microphone, and we heard the familiar crackle of speakers. Probably the mayor.
Okay. I'll handle this. It seems that blah 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 blah. Whew. Boy, this microphone needs a little bit of adjustment. It seems as if everyone has made it here safely. I'm glad.
Oh, he got an accent. Nice.
Do it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, Ash has done some crazy things, and we play this.
I absolutely have. It's been ridiculous.
You and Karen, I was like so upset with Caramel. I was like, I
trying to
can't
do an
make
accent,
it today.
honestly, but
I know. I love Caramel to death.
He's so funny. This boy wanted to literally fight a girl and woman of Zal. That garden lady.
That's great.
He's like, let's take this outside. Hey, we play visual novels more often.
We really do.
Alright. He smiled and looked around the room.
you may know who I am, but allow me to introduce myself anyway. I am Rick Davidson, the mayor of Camden. Wait, actually, sorry. Writer, it's Camden or is it Camden? I am a horrible mayor. This is why we're all fucked.
We're all gonna die in 2 weeks. It's fine. Pretty sure it's Camden.
Yeah, I think so.
I know a lot of you are scared, traumatized by a life on the surface. I know that now you are safe. Oh, know that now you are safe. Oh, I suck at speaking. Together we can
Get your shit together, Mayor.
To create. I'm sorry.
Boo! The mayor sucks. Boo! Get off stage.
You think this is easy? You come up here and try to give an amazing speech. Go on,
I will.
come
Shut up.
on, do it.
I will.
That's why. Yeah, that's
Just
why I thought.
there's footsteps coming up the stage. Let's do some real life Foley.
It just pushes them off.
Now I'm gonna put you two in a room, let you guys improv, and then write a script based off of that. I'll be like,
All right.
say whatever you want.
Right. Together, we can build upon this community to create something magnificent. Oh.
Oh, oops, my bad.
Well, I like the transition. Oh.
He clasped his hands together and then held them up for everyone to see. There was some hesitant applause.
First thing you all need to know is that Camden welcomes you.
Yay. He flung his arms out wide to motion towards the crowd, and there was more applause, stronger now.
Please clap.
Clap for me.
In Camden, we know that cooperation is the key to a comfortable life. This is why I must ask all of you to prepare for the Camden Career Festival on Saturday.
Boo!
Yeah, come on, who wants a job? Boo, it's the apocalypse.
You all need to pull together.
I'm gonna embroider that on a pillow. Boo! It's the apocalypse.
I'm like, this is nothing like The Walking Dead. Lies.
Yeah. It's a yearly celebration to welcome you, and to help all of you find your place within our modest little society. As for choosing your career, there are a wide range of options. Each department will be hosting an open house in the evening starting tomorrow. You are all encouraged to attend as many as you like, until you find a good fit.
Whoa. I'm just gonna work wherever my next husband is. I mean,
You will need everyone.
Yeah, we should probably decide our romance at some point.
Oh yeah, eventually.
We will need everyone who is capable to contribute. And, in turn, I am confident that we will continue to thrive. In Camden. Together.
Oh, that was awesome.
You hear that, Daddy? They love me! They love me! They adore me! They adore me! I'm going to write this in my diary. Dear diary, today, the people clouded my leadership after I failed miserably. Everything's starting to pay off.
Oh my god. The applause.
He's gonna end up being the bad guy. I can already feel it in my bones.
Oh man, overthrow the mayor.
He's going to be a horrible bad guy if that's the case.
Not necessarily. Because it's always the ones who don't... It's always the ones that you don't suspect.
But you suspect him, you know? So maybe it's a...
Oh, it's a double trickaroo.
Oh man, I want a visual novel where you romance someone and then halfway through the romance... Oh wait, just kidding. That was in Dragon Age.
Wait.
Never mind.
Romance the mayor.
I know what you're talking about! Oh, damn it, Solus.
Solus, you bitch.
What a dick.
That was too much. Nah, I love best friend betrayal arcs. That shit gets me. Okay, the applause was much louder and more enthusiastic now. Once it died down, he continued to speak.
If work or anything else is stressing you out, I encourage you to take advantage of the many relaxing pastimes available here in Camden. Most are free.
Panthera Morok said, Scribbles, other game does that. Oh, you mean, Pinewood Island? Because I also really want to play that one. You just spoiled the whole game, dude. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. We gotta finish Lake of Voices too, Ash. We have so many
I know.
games
I
on
was
our
working.
list.
I was actually playing it, and we need to finish. We need to play. It's gonna be fully voice. I was gonna say, well, we need to finish. We need to play My Only Sunshine when it gets finished, but it's gonna be fully voice acted.
Oh, lit. That's awesome.
So it's like, I don't know. Should I say that? Yeah, I guess I'm good. I was like, wait, was that a secret? No, wait, no, it's not. Duh.
My 4 viewers
so
are gonna go
tired.
telling you.
It was announced on Twitter. It's fine. They did a trailer reveal. But yeah, but it's gonna be like fully voice acted, so it's like it's harder to like play that.
No, let them talk, and then we can all pass around the, or we'll just react to it.
I mean, we could. I mean, I'm playing the main character.
Are you?
So,
Oh
Yeah.
Extra fun. Oh.
So yeah. Okay.
What do you mean it's gonna be harder? It's gonna be 3 times as fun.
I don't know. We'll get there.
Because I know you're gonna hear your voice and be like, "Oh my god," and you're gonna have a story for all of it, or you're gonna be like, yeah, I could have probably done better in that line. I know.
Probably. That'll be me the whole time. We sit there going, oh god, why did I do this? Oh god, fuck me, why did I do this? God damn it. Just the whole thing.
Why did I let you play this for 2 hours? Why?
Basically.
I don't know.
Alright.
I don't know. I'll just pull out Imre's curse again if you want to hear. Sick Ash. Still on point though. Still on point.
Einar! Imre! Einar!
I was running out of things, and then I was just like, alright, everyone, I need some voice acting, and it needs to be done in like 3 days, so I'm just gonna put the same lines on every line.
Einar!
Yeah, there was one line where it's like, nonsense, but it's like twice in a row. Yeah, they made me take it out. 'cause
Nonsense! Nonsense!
It's
Yeah,
pretty good.
they made me take
Honestly,
it
it
out.
was like the only thing that bums me out is the fact that I was so sick recording it because like those are like some bitchin' scenes.
Yeah, you put
like-
the really intense scenes.
But I was so sick that I'm just like I listen to it and I can tell that I'm sick, and so I'm like, and Alan is in my game.
Alan
He's
is
in the
so
D.
talented.
Yeah, and he's in the
Wait,
D.
what is
He's
he
playing
playing?
Dirge. He's playing Dirge. He's one of the secondary characters. He wasn't in. It's not in the demo. He plays a guy who's a total dick, and it's so good.
Oh, those
He
are my
did
favorite
such a
characters.
good job. He did such. And as we were recording it, I'm like apologizing to him the whole time. I'm just like, your guy character's a dick. I'm sorry, and he's like, it's fine. It's fine.
He's so,
Don't worry
he's so
about it."
chill. I got to meet Alan in person at one of the
Right.
cons that I went to. and
He was messaging me when he was there, like sending me pictures, like guess where I am, click click, and I was
'Cause
like,
I kept
what?
Ash, I kept name dropping you. I was like, yo, I love Ash. She's the best. Just kept name dropping you.
Well, because we were in the same voice chat. Well, not same chat. We're in the same like Discord chat for something else,
Yeah.
like completely unrelated. And like I had forgotten that he was Draven or whatever the character, Davin. What's that character's name? Darren. I had forgotten he was Darren. I had totally forgotten. Like my brain just wasn't thinking about it. And so when he sends me the message of like the game, I'm like, oh my god, I'm in that game. He's like, I know. That's why I sent you the. I was like, oh, right.
Totally.
duh.
Duh.
That's why he sent it to me. I'm an idiot.
Good time.
Anyway,
All right. Yeah.
good times.
Good times.
We're way off track there.
Yeah. You know what? That's
Rabbit trails.
That's how it happened.
That's always how it happens. Okay.
Oh no, you totally read this already.
Alright. Moving on. Though many of your basic needs will be met, your career will earn you enough beads to purchase a wide variety of luxury items. Fabric, entertainment, liquor, and... Would you be quiet? I'm trying to give a speech here.
Beads!
I
Sorry,
Beads,
keep going.
right? I was laughing at
Beads.
beads.
Keep going.
Yeah, so yes, fabric, entertainment, liquor, and... Oh. Have any of you ever tasted an apple?
No.
One woman tasted one and she almost fell to her death. It was only a kiss I was able to bring her back to life.
Oh my god.
I should know I was that woman.
At one point in time, that was me. That was me. People began to move through the room and hand out small red things. I looked down at it and shared a look with my mother. We had heard of apples. I'd even seen a picture of one once. They're gonna eat apples. How wholesome.
Right? I want that in my post-apocalypse.
Right? Shit.
Eating apples.
I bit into
What
the
kind of
firm.
apple?
Yeah, it's red, so it could... Oh, you're right.
Oh dear.
It's important.
It is a poisoned one.
What's their
Lord.
least favorite kind of apple? Because, you know, Macintosh is like the most readily available.
I don't
really like them.
I don't like Red Delicious because the skin is too bitter.
Yeah, that's true.
But most other apples, I'm like, it's alright. I think I like Honey Crisp and Pink Lady and Golden Delicious the most.
Golden delicious with caramel. The best.
Hells yeah.
Yeah, those Macintosh are kind of coarse. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. Important information that we need to talk about. I bet
Exactly.
it's you need to know in the apocalypse like what kind of apples you trying to grow in your building. I'm just saying. You said
Exactly.
green sour apples for the win.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I like green apples and caramel.
Yes, with caramel.
Because the tartness of the green apple like works well with the caramel.
Oh, my screen is cut off on the stream. Wow. No one
Really?
was gonna even
Oh,
tell
no.
me, you guys. Wow.
It looks fine on ours.
Oh, it does?
I'm focused. I'm kind
Yeah.
of focused on the Discord.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and
now,
also,
now I fixed it.
yeah, I was on the I was on the Discord. I wasn't on the.
Yeah,
Mom.
on the screen it was. It's still cut off. Why? Hold on.
it doesn't.
They are
seem-
probably weird mutations. Yeah.
Why is it like that?
Well, can anyone in the chat actually see if they can actually
It's
see
cut
the game?
off because I'm. But when I window screen it, all right. Now let's try it.
Hmm.
Did it work?
I
Is it
said it
good
was
now?
fixed for a second.
Almost. I have to eyeball it. You guys see something
It's fixed.
different.
No, it's back.
No, you see something way different.
Yeah.
I'm scaling the size based on full screen. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to play it on Windows, and then you're gonna see. All right, that's close enough.
Hmm.
All right, I think I nailed it. No, I didn't nail it, but you know,
Close enough.
it's fine.
It's fine.
It was fixed for a second. Yeah, that's when I'm not on full screen. I mean, I can try one more time and make it just a tiny bit
Now
smaller.
it says that looks close.
That's because I literally, when I alt tab out of the game, Streamlabs is weird.
Hmm.
Should be right. It's not right, but it's fine. It's fine. Alright. Mom, says Ashlyn. I'm skipping that line, because why not?
That's fine.
She only looked at me and smiled, nodding her head. Then she returned her attention to him. I glanced around the room and saw a lot of similar looks. If they weren't being directed towards the mayor, then to the red... Oh, whoa. Wait. Oh, no, wait.
What's up?
I just can't read. If they weren't being directed towards the mayor, then to the red apples in their hands.
On screen now, says Panthera. Yay.
Oh,
Say sunlight.
Jellyfish is following me now on Twitch?
Yep,
Oh
I am.
no.
Thanks, man.
No problem. Why not?
Ooh. Why not? For that quality Fortnite content.
I sometimes actually come into your Fortnite streams if I'm doing something and like I don't want to listen to music or like watch anything. I'll be like, oh look, Anna's, streaming Fortnite. Click,
just
click. I'll be
sharing
in there for
that.
like 2 seconds and then be like, okay, I'm done.
That's too much Fortnite.
I don't know what's going on.
It's literally just me dying all day. Last night was the worst. I got in like 4 games in a row, landed, and got shot in the face immediately. Like 10
Ridiculous.
seconds. Like 6 games in a row. I was like, alright, I'm done. I don't want to do this. Anyway. You guys care about Battle Royales? Shameless plug. My Battle Royale themed dating sim parody comes out. The demo comes out in June. So,
Woo!
you can,
I'm gonna be helping with it.
yeah, she's gonna be the voice director. Speaking of Ash, I narrowed down some of the voices, but I got 2 characters left to listen to. 80
We should
auditions
probably
each. Yeah,
figure that out.
yeah, 330 auditions, Ash.
Holy shit! I never get that many auditions. What the shit?
Yay,
330.
congrats.
Thanks, but it's so much to listen
That's
to.
so many. Like that's like so many auditions, but I never get that many.
That's
I
why
think the most.
Yeah, that's why it's taking me so long to send you the documents because, like, the
No,
girl
that's
characters
fair.
have like average like 50 auditions, but the male characters have 80 each. It's like, oh my god.
It is ridiculous.
And the Wolfie's got like 89. I'm like, shit.
Them furries, they want the representation.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Man, people need to turn out like that for my games.
Yeah. Did you use casting call club or did you do like a separate?
I did casting call and voice. I actually didn't do casting call club this last round because I get whatever. Like the last this most recent round I didn't use casting call club because I was kind of unsatisfied with the number of auditions I got in a previous project. And so I was like, but I don't know. Maybe your project was just more appealing.
I mean, I put a a trailer on? Does that do anything? I don't know.
I don't know the answers to any of these questions.
Oh, neither do I. All I
Right?
know is I
Like,
gotta
that's just-
sift through 300 auditions and
That's
a lot
so
of
many. I do not envy you that
so
task.
many. But anyway, let's play the game. Suddenly, everyone stood up and began to cheer. I joined in, trying to hide my confusion. He must have said something, but I had missed it. Because I'm eating an apple.
Mom, why are we clapping? It's a legit question. Why the fuck are we clapping?
Oh shit.
He's
Can I just-
amazing. What? What's happening?
No, nothing. I just put on auto for some. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I do all the time. He's amazing. He really is. I think he's inspired optimism in everyone. It's just wonderful.
Jackpot!
Our mom.
He's
wants
gonna end up being a bad guy. I can feel it.
She
It's gonna be like in
wants
Dragon.
it.
It's gonna be like in Dragon Age 2 when Hawk's mom dies.
Toxic, Ash. I'm not. It's too soon.
Too
I
soon.
get
The
toxic
game
in
came
chat?
out like 10 years ago.
What about what's his name? Anders? Is that his name?
I mean, Andrew's. I mean, okay.
We don't gotta talk about what he did, but homeboy, Dragon Age beat. Dragon
Great.
Age is just fucking with everyone's feelings. Origins is still the best. We'll argue with that
I mean-
until the day I die.
I mean, I'll argue with it about it being the best, but okay.
Which one do you think is the best?
I actually think I have a hard time deciding between Inquisition and Origins. Like when Origins came out, it was like holy shit, but like after Inquisition, I'm kind of like Inquisition like took the things that Origins did well and made them better,
Yeah.
and then I think has more compelling characters.
Huh.
And also, you can play as a Kunari, which is just like my lifelong dream.
Yeah.
Like,
That's it. And you
like
can
that's
take
really
Colin.
what it is.
Who didn't want to marry Colin? That's all I'm saying.
I absolutely like it's. Yeah, exactly. He's a racist drug addict, but whatever, it's cool.
There's literally a scene where he freaking throws the potion bottle at you.
He
It's like,
does. He
bro,
does. He does.
chill.
I guess he does stop being a drug addict, but you know,
What do you know? It took him.
like
2
you know,
days. Come on, get your shit together, Colin. Honestly.
and he does.
But his
so.
voice though.
Mm-mm.
His
Yeah, like I liked Inquisition a lot, so yeah.
Yeah, I liked. I played Inquisition first, like halfway, because someone like recommended the game to me, and then I was like, wait a second, I don't know any of these characters, and I think I should start at the beginning. Played Origins, and then said to
Oh, I
myself,
see.
yeah, I played Origins, and then I was like, I'm gonna make video games, and that was it. That was it. It clicked, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna write games like this. This is incredible. So I'm biased.
Yeah, it definitely like changes because I played like I play them in order: Origins, Awakening, 2, Inquisition. Like I had to wait for 2 years for Inquisition.
Yeah, 2. We're not even talking about 2. Yeah, I kind of like
Hey.
it.
2 had Fenris,
He was the best. Oh my god.
and fucking Fenris
Fenris.
is like, oh my god, and like, ugh.
Gameplay
Ugh.
wise, I'd argue that 2's the worst. Maybe not gameplay wise. Inquisition is kind of dull with the gameplay, like the actual
but-
fighting.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had a problem with Dragon Age 2's because it remained in like Kirkwall, right? It was like small.
Yeah,
Smaller
like a lot of
scale.
a lot of the complaints with Dragon Age 2 are like fair, like those are fair complaints, but like at the same time, it has Varric and like Fenris and
Varric
like
Made
I
the
kind
whole
of didn't
game series.
right, and like I kind of like I've played Dragon Age 2 like 3 times, no 4 times because I've romanced everybody, so 4 times, and like maybe 3, and like. I wasn't bothered by it just being just in Kirkwall.
Yeah.
Like,
I
I personally never got bored because I played it 3 times. I played 3 different classes, like I always do, 3 different difficulty levels. And so, like, it actually made playing on Nightmare a lot more feasible because I played that like my 3rd time I played on Nightmare, and I could actually play it on Nightmare
Yeah.
because I knew everything because it was kind of samey. But like, so that worked for me. Anyway. Enough about Dragon Age.
No,
We
it's
should probably
alright. I'll
keep
talk
playing
about
this
Dragon
game.
Age my whole life because Dragon Age Origins is the reason I make video games, and I don't want to hear anything otherwise. You got anything bad to say about
I
Dragon
mean,
Age?
I feel the exact same way.
And the
so.
voice acting. Ooh.
Oh my
And the
god,
fact that
Claudia
it
Black.
literally
Claudia
took her-
Black as Morgan. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's literally who I was thinking of, honestly, Morgan.
Oh my god.
So good.
And when I saw Freddie Prinze Jr. was Iron Bull, I was like, no freaking way.
Right?
And
Freddie Prinze
then
Jr.
I actually hear him, and I was like, oh, yes, freaking way. All right, like. Iron Bull was my first romance in Inquisition, and like he ruined other romances for me because it was so ridiculous.
Yeah, Iron Bull's a freaking trip. Oh my god.
Anyway, enough of that.
Yeah,
we should probably actually get back to
Legit,
Jamie's game.
no,
Sorry,
Ash-
Jamie.
Ash, we gotta freaking stream Dragon Age together. That's it.
That's done. Plan. I have it on PlayStation. We can play together or something. I don't know.
Or just one of us streams it, and we'll just do the. I don't know.
Commentary.
I have it on PlayStation too. We could literally just share the controller and stream.
Holy
We'll
shit.
just. Yeah, it's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Sorry,
We'll figure it
Jamie.
out. We'll figure it out. It's fine.
Your game takes center stage, Jamie. But you know what? It's good because it's reminding us of all these awesome things. But yes, he's.
Anywho. So I read the mother's line. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess. What are we going to do for jobs? For Yobes.
I love Dragon Age, so Dragon Age stream? Question mark.
Shit, we totally could.
Where
oh
we
my god,
fight
that'd be
over who we're
amazing.
gonna romance, which is put their all
yes,
their,
and the
their names in a hat.
oh my god, the only right answer is Iron Bull or Cullen.
The best part is like Cullen was like a last minute thing too. They weren't even gonna let us say Cullen.
I know.
What the fuck?
And that's like the best part though.
Honestly, I would have loved to seen Cullen be gay. I don't know. Like
that's the only thing about Dragon Age. Like that's the only thing I liked about 2, and like there's definitely complaints you can make about it.
Yeah, a lot of people.
But I liked the fact that everyone was bisexual, so that I didn't have to play a dude to romance, the girls.
Yeah. Well, in my game, Battle Royale for Your Heart, I was thinking about gender locking characters, but then I was like, nah, you know what? It's Battle Royale. You can just date whoever you want. I don't really care.
Exactly. That's what I'm doing in my current minigame. What's funny is in my current game, I was actually gonna put in you could pick what your pronouns are. And then as I was writing the game, I was like, wait, I never actually use pronouns to refer to the main character. So fuck it. Like you don't have to pick your pronouns because they never get used.
Yeah, I think people just low-key, I feel like people just use it as a marketing tactic. Come by.
Well, in Hustle Cat, they legit have situations where like you're referred to as the pronoun you pick.
Yeah.
So.
No, but I feel like I don't have examples, but I feel like in some games it's just added in the pronoun thing, where it'll just swap it out just for marketing.
Right.
I don't know. I don't have examples off the top of my head. And I don't want to make that kind of claim officially. But anyway, let's play the game. Because we will be talking about Dragon Age for 3 years. And... Oh, she said...
We ended up with the same in Where's Waldo, making the progress. And ambiguous not using pronouns. Yeah, that's fair.
Could be a male whale. Or Waldo doesn't have to be a guy whale. It could be anything.
Right, exactly. It's a whale. Who gives a shit?
Also, the whole concept was just fun. Whales Waldo.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Where were we?
We'll play the game, Jamie. I'm sorry.
No, we're playing. We were doing something. I mean, the mayor was doing something. Had an apple, drugs. I don't.
No, we ate apples, and now we're all confused.
Did you say drugs? What?
Apples, drugs. Some
we
stuff.
don't know. Yeah, drugged apples, poison apples. Got it.
Yep.
What are we gonna do for jobs? Mom, stop clapping for a moment.
I'm not sure we'll need to attend those open house things. I wonder what kind of jobs they have. Oh, I didn't read that right.
That's alright.
If there isn't a job for an apple taste tester, sign me up.
Me. I will taste all your food. I held
You're a
up
royal
the
food
apple.
taster.
Right? So, the mayor needs to have the best food. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I held up the apple core for her to see. She seemed to remember her own apple and took another bite.
Oh, I have to send this message back real quick. I'm going to go try to say hi to our new mayor. You should walk around and mingle, get to know our new neighbors. She went transatlantic all of a sudden. I was trying to go for like, I was trying to go for like slightly older, but like since I have a high pitched voice, I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah, I was like, she just sounded like an elderly lady, and now she's like high society.
Yeah.
It's alright. It can be whatever she wants.
Whatever.
Mhm.
Whatever.
I didn't
We do what we want.
I didn't reply, but she had already started to walk away. I sighed and glanced around the room. I kept trying to tell myself that this... Oh no, wrong emphasis. To tell myself that this was my life now, but I wasn't sure if it was sinking in. I can read, I swear. It was weird to not be searching for food or watching out for strange shifts in the wind. I glanced around the room. There were some people who clearly weren't new here. They stood near a large bulletin board. One of them's gonna be our future husband or wife, I'm just saying.
Yepperoo.
So many people. The noise echoed really badly in here. I closed my eyes and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Mom was right. But did I really want to try talking to any of these people when I still felt so on edge? Yes. Are you serious? No. We're not sneaking out, you guys. Go.
Yeah, no, we're gonna check out the bulletin.
This isn't high school anymore.
This ain't high school, bro. It's the apocalypse. Get out there.
That's something else I'm putting a pillow. This ain't high school, it's the apocalypse.
Quote it. The area around the bulletin board was crowded. There were lots of flyers listing schedules, events, instructions, and also listing various positions for jobs and volunteers. Several very official-looking people were stopping people to talk. Whoa. A woman glided through the crowd and stapled a sign-up sheet for something by... Oh my god, I really read that like a weirdo. A woman glided through the crowd and stapled a sign-up sheet for something by the many others. She took a deep breath and then smiled at everyone. Mayor's assistant, right?
I'm Miss Miller, but please call me Gloria. I run the community affairs department, so if you have any questions...
I want to be your best friend, Gloria. Please. Oh my god.
We looked for directions. We didn't look at the map. Screw maps.
For directions, because, well, I mean, Alex wasn't thrilled about it, but, you know, who studies maps, am I right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, true.
She's like, whatever you say, I don't really care. Yeah, we met Mika, and, Mika or Micah?
Micah.
I can't even read.
Yeah, it might, depends on who it is, because, I mean, there is another actor named Mika Solzad, I think that's his name.
He pronounces it Micah.
Micah, but maybe it's Micah.
Yeah, he pronounces it Micah.
Well, let's see if he says Micah.
I presume. I think he does.
I don't know. I literally can't pronounce anything ever, apparently, because apparently it's not Mario, it's Mario. But don't tell the Italian girl how to say it. But all right, I'm just kidding. Whatever. It's me. All right. Her voice projected over the nearby voices and got a lot of people's attention. She glanced around and caught my gaze, her smile brightening. Let's comment how nicely she's dressed in the apocalypse. Homegirl got earrings, dyed hair, piercing, lipstick.
I mean...
Gloria got it going on. Oh, shit.
Kinda does.
He's a bit too pretty to be in an apocalypse.
I don't know.
I
Maybe Gloria's the
mean-
bad guy. I don't know.
I think Gloria's one love interest.
Oh,
Perhaps
I
she
think.
is the evil assistant to the mayor.
yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going. Name. Hi, Ashlyn is.
Oh, she's nervous.
I would be too. Shoot.
I cleared my throat and tried to get. Look at Gloria's face. She's like, what?
Oh my god, Ashlyn has got like such big gay energy. I love it. I'm Ashlyn, I mean. Hi, Ashlyn. It's nice to meet you. Are you looking at the available positions?
Yeah, totally. Shit. She was still talking to me. Specifically me?
Yeah. And, well, everything. That looks fun.
I pointed at a sign advertising a winter celebration. The very idea of winter was foreign, but I'd read about it in books. A long time ago, it used to get really cold, and sometimes frozen water would even fall from the sky.
This car is so cool. Oh, that
Get
was
it,
my
Ash?
idea. I thought we could create new traditions in the community and use the archaic ones as inspiration.
Her smile faded a bit.
Winter is a weird theme, I admit, but I thought it would be an interesting novelty.
Oh my god.
It's good to keep people busy. Oh, that's the whole point.
She tapped her temple gently.
It's like that gif. Well, times are hard, but we can't let it get us down. That's true, I suppose.
Ashen's like, girl, you never been on the surface. You don't know. Look at you with your earrings on. I'm just kidding. Girl, I had to look the other way to make sure no one was sneaking up on me, and you sit here with your purple lipstick. I'm just kidding.
You had time to bleach your hair and dye it purple?
Honestly, where'd you get the bleach? Where'd you get the hair dye? I'm not mad though, cause like it looks
This
fire.
is one weird dystopian future.
I mean, I'm not even mad though, cause it looks like fire. Waffles and I
Right,
had
like-
an internal meme about that from the start.
Exactly.
Definitely a different take than what me and Ash planned when we were gonna do our apocalypse.
Oh, yeah.
But let's not
We
talk
should
about
still-
it because I still think it'd be fire one day.
We still need to do that.
Oh yeah, I'm down for it. Anyway, her natural smile had returned somewhat.
Are you good with people? We always have openings in community affairs.
No, definitely not.
Terrible people.
Terrible. So
Is that one of the options? Oh my god. Not
It says
really.
not really. Yeah, let's go with not really.
Oh, I don't. This is my life anyway. We don't socialize a whole lot on the surface.
That's
Hey, no.
fair.
That's fair.
I thought that was Ash's turn to read for Ashlyn.
I know, but
It doesn't matter.
I resonated with it, so I had to agree with it.
Fair enough.
Oh, really? Don't you have to communicate with others for, well, trade at least? Are you one of those people who were born down here?
Oh, she definitely was. Oh my
Oh.
god, you definitely are,
Totes.
Gloria. You can't even hide it.
I suppose I gave myself away, didn't I?
Look at that dress, girl.
Yeah. So you've never been to the surface? Nope.
It's Ash just talking to herself.
Whatever, it's pretty normal. But I have to run. It was lovely meeting you though. I'm sure we'll see you around.
Damn, I'm just realizing if we try to sneak away, someone might have stopped us.
Ooh, maybe.
Damn.
Whatever, we wouldn't have seen Gloria then.
Yeah, you're right. And I haven't actually saved the game once. Let me do that. Because
Exactly.
we once had a bad experience.
Yeah.
We had a bad experience once, so...
It was
let's-
bad.
We don't talk about it. Did you say yeah, of course?
Yeah, of course.
She nodded and ducked back into the crowd, vanishing amongst the swell of bodies. I looked back up at the board and made mental notes of the various flyers. I'd never remember all of it, but I suppose I could come back later. I caught sight of Mom chatting happily with the mayor. I had no idea how she had managed to get through the throng of people that surrounded him, yet there she was. Yo, Mom's gonna get with the mayor!
Totes.
Hey, Dad! That's what I'm gonna call him every time he pops up on screen.
You're not my real dad. Thank God.
The evil villain dad. Everyone was starting to leave, so I decided to head home. Mom would know where to find me. Are they like rooms, Jamie, that they live in, or are they like actual like houses? What do you think? I mean, I know they talked about it a little bit in the beginning, but it's like, I'm assuming rooms. But are they, what I mean is like, are they like apartments? Or like, I'm just trying to visualize it. Oh, like small studio apartments. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. The tunnels were getting noisy. More and more people began to appear as they went about their daily lives. I picked up the pace. There were so many people, it just made my skin crawl. A little bit. A lot of people were looking at me with open curiosity. Something about me must be screaming surface. Maybe sand was falling out of my hair or something.
Dirty surfacers.
I paced around the tiny room that was now my home and waited for Mom to show up. Looks kind of nice though for an underground. I'm
Yeah.
into
Right?
it. I'd love to. Well, not live. I wouldn't love to live here because you know my house is pretty nice. But like in the apocalypse, perhaps.
Right. I mean, like.
Shit, it's clean.
I mean, we would need something decent at the very least.
Yeah. Oh, and these are bunk beds back here. I just noticed. Whoa. Cute. As soon as I had started to worry, the heavy door opened and she appeared.
Were you waiting for me?
Yes.
I want to go to bed, and I didn't want to lock you out.
Aw.
Yeah.
I have a key.
Camden's creators threw a lot of money into construction. Oh, so they built it from the ground up. Oh. How many years
Ooh.
post-apocalypse is this? Jamie. Or PM. She said, no, you don't have a key.
No, you don't.
I pointed towards her key that she had forgotten on the table by a box of fresh clothing. Oh, Mom. Good going. Oh, several generations. Ah.
Well, luckily for you, luckily for me, I have such words. I have such a wonderful daughter.
Well, what if your mom is the villain?
Ew.
I'm just saying. I know something bad's gonna happen because in the trailer that I watched, it said something like, but will this last forever or something like that. So I'm just like, oh. Look, Ashen already sees that her mom's trying to get the mayor. Oh my god. Yes.
Yeah. So, how was the mayor? He seems smitten.
Yo, Mom, get with the mayor. Come on. Trying to get that, those perks, you know?
Right?
She waved me off and dug through her clothing to find something to sleep in. Mom, please, take one for the team here. Come on.
Right? Come on, Mom.
God, I don't want to go back to the surface, Mom.
God. He's a nice guy, that's all. Are you curious about him? His family made this whole place, funded it and everything. He asked for nothing in return, just wants everyone to have a better life. Lies.
That's what they all say. That's what the freaking governor said in Walking Dead. He had a nice society. He just wanted everyone to be happy. But the motherfucker had zombies in his freaking house locked up. Nah. Nope. Nope.
It's a very specific complaints.
He's got something hidden in his closet for real.
Probably. Like I said, smitten.
Mom laughed and retreated to the bathroom to prepare for bed. I was already good to go, so I curled up in what was now my new bed and tried to be grateful for the nice blankets. Oh, Jojo. She said, damn it, I missed the beginning of the story. We're still very much in the beginning because we talked a lot.
Oh yeah, we were fucking around. It's cool. We're good.
Jamie's like, you didn't miss a ton. Legit, we just talked for a bit about Dragon Age. So essentially, to sum it up, it's post-apocalyptic. The world is scorched. It's like several generations after, the whole apocalypse event happened. We just got accepted into this underground civilization called Camden, and we live in these nice little bunker studio apartment like rooms with her mom, and we met two guys, a doctor, two guys, one guy, two guys, and Gloria. All right, forget it. We met
One's a doctor and the
Micah?
other one's a horrible mayor.
You said Micah? What was his name?
Micah.
I can't
Micah,
pronounce
yeah.
words. Micah, the doctor, Gloria, who is what was she? Like an event.
She was the
woman.
assistant to the mayor.
Assistant to the mayor. It was like event coordinator.
So,
'Cause they
maybe
need
so,
one.
basically.
And then the mayor, who our mom wants to get with, low key.
Right.
Yeah, and that's
Spineless
literally it.
mayor.
Okay, I have to pop away for like 2 seconds. Y'all keep going without me.
All right, I will
Alright, let's see
I
what I
have
can
to do
do with
something.
the...
all
I have to do
the
thing real fast.
do it. I'll do all the girl voices. All right. Oh, community affairs. See, I was close. Events manager. I was close. I think that's about it. And then now we are gonna go to bed, and then the next day is gonna start. Mom
alright then.
laughed and retreated to the bathroom to prepare for bed. I already read this, I think. I was already good to go, so I curled up in what was now my new bed and tried to be grateful for the nice blankets. The small space was unnerving, but I slept facing out to make it easier on myself. I'd get used to it. I could hear her humming, and it made me smile. I knew I could count on Mom to get a crush on a guy our first day here. Her romantic escapades had gotten us into a bit of trouble before, but hopefully it wasn't something we would need to deal with here. Side note, guys, if you have questions about the game or anything, we have Jamie and PM in the chat right now, who Jamie wrote the game and PM collabed on it, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, that's what it says. Collaborator, PM Scenarios, and then developer, writer, programmer, Jamie. So they can answer any questions that you have in the chat. What? Okay. Lights inside of our quarters blinked off, and I tried to get comfortable. Mom switched on our white noisemaker, and I closed my eyes.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
A white noisemaker?
Yeah, you know what that is?
Is that... I certainly hope it's some sort of way to help someone get to sleep, like through like some music or meditation or something like that.
Yeah, it's like forest sounds, like waterfalls and stuff
Oh,
like that.
okay, good.
Yeah. PM helped develop the story a lot. Great. So if anyone has questions about the story, I'm gonna have questions about the story, Jamie, because I'm just so into lore. So I'm gonna ask you guys everything. Because I need to know exactly everything about the story. I'm into it. Because you know, to write, you gotta have like every detail down packed. I appreciate that shit. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
You
You
said
swore
eh.
already, so who cares?
Oh. I had been shocked that she'd grabbed such a thing, but now it was drowning out all the weird sounds that were echoing through the place. Luckily, this place had electricity, and the mayor seemed generous with it. Yes, mayor! That's what I'm saying, Mom. These are the perks we're gonna get if you get the mayor. Tomorrow I would need to find something to do until I could go to a career open house. It felt strange to not be sealing the cracks and watching out for a storm, but the door was sturdy and there were no windows. I was so exhausted I couldn't have stayed awake all night, even if I had wanted to. Whoa, I love this.
Alright, so who's standing? Mika.
We got one. Oh.
I'm back.
Oh,
Hold
no.
on a sec. Ash, you gotta see this.
What?
You
I'm
gotta
looking at it. What the fuck is this?
All
What the
right,
fuck
so
is
this is it like dating sim mechanics, kind of? So like, remember when the mayor said something about stress and it was like underlined? So we got one stress, so we're stressed out one.
Oh no.
We don't have any hearts with anyone because we're not romantic. And these are the friends, I think, right here: Sam, Tabby, and Trevor. Because you can romance, but you can also be friends with people. And standing
Okay.
is one star, so I think that's a good thing. Whoa.
Oh man.
That
I'm
gave
so
me-
stressed out.
That gave me some serious arcade spirits vibes real quick. Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm into those mechanics. Hey. Standing is how much the
waffles are
community
best
likes you. What?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Standing is how much the community likes you. Hey, we're doing good so far. When the intercom finished its annoying good morning message, I rolled over in bed and saw that Mom was already up and dressed.
We need to see if we can buy a coffee maker somewhere that still works.
Priorities, even in the apocalypse. Coffee was one of those luxury items, but I was pleased to learn it wasn't too expensive.
Oh, good.
Why don't you get ready real quick and come with me to the community center? They serve coffee there every morning.
Oh, I gotta walk, Mom? Come on. I'm just kidding.
For free? No, but it's cheaper than buying the stuff to make it yourself.
So do we pay with beads and stuff? Or is that like... So the beads, is that money? Or is the beads like... You just exchange them for like quote-unquote prizes?
Well, that would be money.
Oh, stress
Like,
will probably not be a huge deal. It's been tuned down a bit to not hinder players too much, PM says. And then Jamie said, beads are the form of currency. Oh, okay. I groaned and squeezed my eyes closed. Sleep more or get coffee?
Coffee.
Let's get some coffee. Yeah.
Coffee is
Yeah,
probably
so-
we'll meet. We'll meet more people.
Coffee, you meet more people, and I'm guessing sleep makes you less stressed.
Well, no, stress is so. Oh wait, no.
I'm pretty
sorry,
sure
I
if you
thought-
sleep, it
confused,
might
that was
make you
something
less
else.
stressed. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be much of a big deal though. I mean, maybe coffee can help get rid of some of that stress too.
Yeah, you're right. I rolled out of bed, got ready, and followed Mom to the community center. Coffee. Need coffee. I saw the table lined with steaming coffee cups and I began to head over, but Mom tapped me on the shoulder.
Ashlyn, look, it's the mayor.
You gonna get with the mayor, Mom, or what? Because I'm shipping it already.
Oh, man.
Her voice is almost girlish with excitement. Sorry. repeat the
Okay.
chat.
Mhm.
I would
Yeah, but where's the coffee?
We gotta go with that one. Yeah, but
where's
where's
the coffee? Oh, please answer I don't like coffee when you're given the option. Okay. I didn't care about the mayor unless he had a cup of coffee for me.
Go ahead and get a cup of coffee. I'm going to go say hello.
Get his digits, Mom.
Get your digits, girl.
Girl, come on. I blinked slowly and watched Mom saunter off towards the group of people that apparently included the mayor. I should grab her a cup of coffee, even if she probably didn't need it. She was always a morning person. Before I headed to the coffee, something caught my eye. Whoa. Someone was stapling something up the bulletin board and I wanted to see what it was. She was tall with short dark hair. Ooh, whoa. Whoa. When she turned around, she grinned at me. Tall woman.
Hey there. Hey there.
She stepped close and looked down at me.
I'm Eva. I haven't met you yet.
Oh shit, Eva. She's blushing already, Ashley.
Let's notice that she didn't blush this much when she saw Micah. Like,
Yeah,
just
she got big energy. We gotta
putting
keep
that
up
out
with the
there.
girl.
I'm Ashlyn.
Oops, my bad.
So, what you doing? Have you had any of that shitty coffee yet? Tastes like piss, but I prefer tea.
Oh my god. I feel like we should say tea sounds good. I feel like she might like us better.
Do it.
Yeah, tea sounds good.
I haven't had any in forever.
Oh, Jojo said Eva's hot. Right?
Either
Damn.
is hot. I'm into it. I wanted to see what new stuff had been posted up. You just stapled something?
Yeah, sure you did, Ashlyn. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a flyer for the security open house. Gotta keep everyone safe.
Oh my god, badass girl with a gun. Eva, you got a gun? Oh shit.
Eva's gotta go.
I'm here for it. She laughed and put a hand on my shoulder.
Don't look so nervous. It's not as militant here as it is in some other underground cities. Mayor Davidson is really a nice guy. Promise.
Listen, I don't think she cares about the military. I don't even know.
Paramilitary
It's the
organization.
hand on the shoulder she's nervous about. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's it like to work security?
Eva looks like she could kick your ass. Oh my god. Like, not you personally, but like everyone.
But like, yeah, in general.
Just kick someone's ass. Holy shit.
Lots of paperwork, actually, which is good, but...
The art. Fuck, I'm so impressed with Eva's whole character design. Hot damn. She
I'm gonna change
rolled
up
her
Eva's
shoulders.
voice.
Oh, you're gonna change your voice?
I'm gonna change your voice a little bit. I don't like what I'm doing.
Alright.
No, it's good. I get antsy, but then I just go to the gym. Security is the only thing I'm suited for anyway.
Oh, don't say that.
I bet you're good at it. I bet you're good at it. I bet you're good at it.
I bet you're good. Then
Show
yes,
me those
yes.
guns, yo. Her muscles. She bit her lip and looked me over. Oh shit! Oh shit, Eva! Oh, she busted us already. Shit.
Eva is a threat. This is Phantom Rock.
You flirting with me, Ashlyn?
Kinda. Yeah. Busted. She laughed and shook her head.
Sorry, I'm just messing around. You should have seen your face.
Alright.
So you like it then?
Yeah, come on, Eva. Come on.
Yeah, that ain't bad. Why? You interested in working security too?
I don't want to be at anyone's mercy, or it gives people something to rely on.
It gives people something to rely on?
I feel like if you say I don't want to be at anyone's mercy, she might get mad. Like, what are you trying to say?
I want to be at someone's mercy. I don't know. Go with that one. I don't want to be at anyone's mercy.
You want to do that one, or you want to do gives people something to rely on?
Yeah, I don't want to be at anyone's mercy.
I guess to you something to rely on.
Oh my god, they got two different votes.
Alright, fine.
Jamie,
Dealer.
Jamie, which one gives us points with Eva? I'm trying to get with her right now. What the heck? Jamie's like, don't cheat. She didn't say that, but
Just thinking it.
no cheating.
no
Come
cheating.
on. Fine, then. Fine. We're just
Gives
gonna,
you something to rely on.
fine. We're just gonna save it then, huh?
Safe scum.
Because you know we do.
That's how that works. That's how you play vegans.
All right, we're gonna do give something people to rely on because I feel like she might be more open to that.
Alright.
Exactly. Oh, sorry.
Exactly. Otherwise, who knows what would happen?
Why can't I cheat, Amy? Come on. I'm about to pull up a walkthrough anyway. I'm just kidding. I do.
You've already made a wrong choice. No.
Oh
Damn it.
What? I did. Oh my god.
no! Oh
This
dear!
for visual novels, I don't even play through the first time blind anymore. I just go for the walkthrough because I'm like, I can't handle it. I need to.
I usually play once blind and then Walker.
Oh, after the first playthrough, there's a cheat menu. Fine. It's alright. Let's see how this ends. Well, there is 30 endings, so I guess it doesn't really... You don't have to get them all right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of people attacking us for resources, but it does happen on occasion. Having a good militia of citizens like myself keeps the order and keeps everyone safe.
She thought for a moment, then added.
Well, the hours suck, but the uniform looks cool, so...
It does, doesn't
Oh,
it?
man.
Holy shit.
If the hours suck, then that's not going to be good.
Right there. She shrugged, still grinning.
If you do decide you're interested, let me know. I'll put in a good word for you.
I'm interested if I get to see you more, Eva. What? Fuck. I ship them. That's it. And then someone else is gonna come along, and I'm gonna be like,
Ah!
All right.
damn.
That's how
Eva
that
nudged my
works.
shoulder and winked. I felt my cheeks heat up and hoped I wasn't blushing. She was so friendly. Definitely blushing.
Hmm.
Totally. Yeah, sure.
She nodded, appearing satisfied, and left. I watched her walk away and noticed that a thin rod bounced against her hips. Looked like a baton, and it probably hurt if you got hit with it.
Okay.
I headed over to grab a cup of coffee. There was a guy standing near the table. He was glaring into his coffee. Wow, bro. Why are you glaring at your coffee?
Is it that bad?
Hmm. Scowling guy. Okay. Yeah. No. No, not really. It's just not what I want right now.
Yo, he got that raspy voice. Alright.
Thank you. 10 points if you get an idea who I. Never mind.
Commit to it. No, he
I
blinked.
will.
What?
I said I will.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just reading Twitter because I had to ask people to ask me questions.
Oh, and did they?
So, yeah, I got a few. So, we can answer game dev questions at the end of it. Or voice acting questions, too. We got 2 voice actors right here.
Hells
Ask
yeah,
your questions in the
bitch.
chat, yo.
Yeah, feel free to ask away if you got any questions.
PM said there's more than enough chances left to get with Eva. Oh, yeah.
You better be.
He blinked and looked up at me, then spoke again hesitantly.
I'm Jude. Here.
This guy looks like he'd be best friend material. I don't know.
I think he's one of the friends, isn't he?
Let me look.
Don't make it by.
No, Jude is a love interest.
Ooh, what?
Oh, I click credits. I meant to click endings. So it's Micah, Eva, Jude, and Gloria.
Oh, he's the other dude. He's the other dude. That's
Two
right.
dudes and
Okay.
2 girls. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
I forgot there was one more dude. We hadn't met
Alright.
yet.
Loving the plaid shirt. I feel like you can't have an apocalypse game without a guy in a plaid shirt.
Right?
Essential. Essential. He reached down and handed me a cup of coffee.
Thanks. I'm Ashlyn.
I really only came here for coffee. I didn't realize there was going to be so many people here this morning. I should have known, though, since you newcomers just arrived.
You know what would have been cool too if like one of the characters was also a newcomer? Could be interesting.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. Maybe one of the friends is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe one of the friends is. You're right. He frowned and glanced around at the crowded room. I didn't know how to respond to his comment, so I just tried to smile and not feel awkward. She's not blushing though. She's not into you, Jude. Jojo said these people might literally be addicted to caffeine.
It's entirely possible.
Some of them like tea, though, so...
You know, maybe they're
I mean,
putting
Eva
like
does
something
like tea.
in that coffee to make it. I don't know. Is the coffee a running joke, or is there something dastardly going on? Dun dun dun.
Ooh.
There were more and more people coming in as we stood there. Luckily, there was plenty of coffee.
I just really Fair.
Excuse me, that's my line.
I feel like that's a thing of it's like not a trope. It's like I feel like it's more common now because in Arcade Spirits, literally for like half the game they just talk about pizza rolls. So it's like, damn, I should do that too, honestly. Coffee and
Just include a
sharks.
food.
Pick a food. I don't know, pizza, pasta.
And I in the D, they do eat a lot.
You gotta
A
pick
lot of
one
drink.
food, Ash, and just go with it.
I'm just saying that they keep going to the same bar over and over again. They get like whiskey sours and shit.
Oh,
That'll be my thing. She gets whiskey sour every time. That'll be it.
whiskey sour. Oh shit.
Or an amaretto sour.
Fancy. All right, Alex, go ahead.
I miss having my own coffee maker. Why is it so hard to find one that works?
Aw, Mom is gonna not be happy since you can't find a coffee maker.
Mm-mm.
He sighed and pulled a rubber band out of his pocket and wrapped it around his wrist.
I wonder when I'll stop craving a cigarette.
Oh my god, you guys have cigarettes in the apocalypse?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty freaking reasonable, honestly.
It makes sense. It does make
It's because
sense.
I gave
I
Jude
just
the
wa-
right voice,
wait,
too.
it makes sense. I just
Right.
wasn't expecting it.
It's because I gave Jude the right voice then too, considering he smokes.
Great.
You got the raspy voice, smoker.
Yeah, lucky me.
He snapped the rubber band against his skin a few times, leaving a small red welt. He had spoken without waiting for a reply. I almost started to suspect that he hadn't really been speaking to me at all. Oh? See, Eva was speaking to me, I'm just saying. You know. Just saying, dude. But he glanced at me expectantly. I suppose it was my turn to talk. Does that help, or that looks like it hurts?
How about just that? I think
that
does
looks.
that.
No. What? Go with that. Looks like it hurts because I think Ashton's a bit compassionate towards everyone. So.
Yeah, and he didn't pick a choice yet, I think. So we'll go with that one.
No, that's true.
Yeah. It does. A little. Better than the alternative.
Jude shrugged, then he glanced around the room.
I hope some of you newcomers come to open house for agriculture this week. Then maybe I won't have to work the morning shift anymore.
Hey, Alex, you were talking about agriculture. Pretty
Huh?
important. You were talking about agriculture being important in the apocalypse.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, shit, dude.
You work in one of the greenhouses?
The underground gardens of paradise. Fresh leafy greens, just the thought made my mouth water. I'd literally eat everything. I probably wouldn't be the best. I'd be like working, eating the strawberries as I pick them. Oh my god. I'm like, oh, this one looks a little raw, and I'm just gonna eat it so no one else has to, huh?
Yeah, the place is huge and requires a lot of upkeep. Everyone hates it because of how humid it is in there, but I don't mind.
It's good for my throat.
She heard
Oh.
Smoker and was waiting for it.
No, I wasn't. I was just like,
This is what my real voice sounds like. Actually, I'm just trying to pretend I'm a voice from all the smoking I took.
Oh my god.
and suddenly we're old Jewish grandparents now. Oh,
Oh,
no.
he shook his head and scowled.
It's whatever, you know? They let me play my music for the plants, so I don't mind sweating. Brian's my boss, but he's very laid back.
He stopped and seemed to think of something, looking at me intently. Oh?
What do you know about plants and crops?
Me is I know not to eat it if it makes you sick. I know enough.
That's a good one.
I mean,
Well.
that's kind of like halfway knowledge.
Other than that,
Jude snapped his rubber band and seemed to be thinking over what I had said.
so what kind of boss is Brian? You said he was laid back, but what do you mean by that? Do you not know what the word laid back means, Ashlyn? What the fuck?
He literally
I'm
lets you
gonna-
do whatever he wants.
I'm going to say that it's more like think something just like chill and relax, kind of like I don't know, McCree maybe.
Maybe.
Perhaps. Let's see. Ash is
Not
like, how
much.
could you ask what a word means?
Not much of one at all, honestly. If you come to the open house, maybe you'll see what I mean.
Are you trying to get me to come to the open house? Just ask me, dude. He's like low-key hinting at it. I nodded.
Hey, you should like come to the open house and stuff.
Literally, why can't people just ask what they want? Hey, you look like you could plant some stuff. Why don't you come on over? You'll meet
Come
Brian
on
soon.
over.
Think
Come
surfer
on
dude.
over, baby.
Surfer dude,
Plant some
Brian.
plants with me.
Oh my god.
Surfer dude.
Brian is a surfer dude.
So like Michelangelo, then, or like Greg Sipes, something like that.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know who either of those guys are.
Maybe. Or like, yeah, and I could definitely see a Greg Sipes. Like maybe a slightly lower Greg Sipes.
Amazing.
All right.
Or God, who else am I
Pretend
thinking
like I
of?
know
There's
what's going on.
someone else I'm thinking of, and I can't.
Matthew McConaughey.
Well, no, at first, but then there's somebody else I'm trying to think of, and I can't think of him as a problem.
It'll come.
I'll think of it in about 2 minutes. I'm gonna remember.
He's PM said I feel like Michelangelo would get more stuff done. LOL. I nodded.
Totally would, dude.
I nodded and awkward silence fell between us, which seemed to make Jude a little twitchy. Yo, he's calling. That's it. It's calling. Oh my god.
He's like, I need my fix.
I need my lyrium right now.
I'm gonna go. I'm sure I'll see you around.
Oh, you mad sus, Jude. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
No.
He's like, no.
Right. Goodbye.
My god, it's so hot in my room that my Pockies are melting. This is really sad.
No, not your Pocky.
I know,
Anything
right?
but your Pocky.
The Pocky!
Literally top priority right now. With that, he left. I took another sip of coffee and watched him walk away. He seemed to be as coherent as I was in the mornings. I took my cup of coffee and grabbed a spare for Mom. After
Real
I
quick,
handed
I'll
it to
be
her...
right back.
What?
Just gonna use the restroom. Be right back.
Oh, yeah. After I handed it to her, I sat for a while as they all talked about different things. The coffee wasn't strong enough and I was starting to get hungry.
I think we can find that at MomoCon. You should probably find Pocky at MomoCon, yeah.
I feel like they'd be at any con, honestly.
Right? Like, it's always a Pocky booth.
Well,
Mom, I'm going to go home and make something to eat.
what's in priorities? Now my chat's talking about Pocky A+. I'm just crunching my Pocky in the mic like freaking so loud. I apologize.
I can't even hear it,
Oh,
so...
you don't? And you don't hear my fan either, right? Look, A+. We had been given a modest package of food with the promise of more. The mayor. Ashlyn, you have a wonderful mother. I'll make sure she gets home safely. Jojo, you gotta get some Pocky, dude.
I did, like, my grocery store has a huge, like, Japanese food section.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's got Pocky and Hello Panda and, like, soy sauce and that kind
I
of
gotta
stuff.
go.
Like, that's such like a weird, like...
And soy sauce. I gotta go to like Five Below, but like it's so overpriced because they know they could get it. It's like $2.60.
Oh, yeah.
For, like,
I can either go to the grocery store, I can either go to the grocery store, or I can go to the Asian market, so...
You think there's a Japanese store by us that sells like all these like imported candy? So good. Have you tried like Japanese gummies?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like high chews and stuff?
Yeah, kinda. I forgot
Yeah.
what it's called. So good. Oh my god. Anyway, just in time
There's
for the
this-
mayor.
There's this little, like, candy... Okay, I just thought of it. There's a little
Yeah,
candy, and it's a mushroom.
Ooh.
It's like Pocky, but instead of being a long stick, it's a little mushroom.
Oh, I've seen
And,
those,
like,
and I've
oh my
never
god,
had
they're
them.
so good.
They're good? Oh.
They're so good.
Just literally
Anyway.
went to Dollar Tree last week to stock up on candy so I could eat candy while I play Fortnite like a real gamer.
Oh, pardon me.
Like a real gamer.
Like a real gamer, just missing my Mountain Dew. My cat just sitting in front of my fan. Okay,
Get
anyway.
you some Funyuns.
I love Colon, even though it has a weird name, but I have to get them from a specialty store. Colon.
I'm not
know
familiar
what
with that one.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, but if you gotta go to a specialty store, it must be delicious. Honestly, that's my hot take. Alright, I didn't like that he had picked up on my nerves about leaving her behind, but Mom only ducked her head with a wide smile. Mom is like, yeah, don't worry. Go run off and talk to that boy again. I gotta,
Oh, the cream puffs. I've had those. Okay.
Oh.
If it's what I'm thinking of, they're little cream puffs. They're pretty good. Sorry, I got distracted by snacks.
Right? That's my whole life. Honestly, about to go open up my Raisinets back there. Shit.
I finished... Anyway.
I literally streamed once when I had face cam on, and they just literally just watched me stuff my face with food. It was just I was like, be right back, guys, and came back up 3 different times with food. Honestly. Anyway.
Whatever.
Small cream puffs and waffle cookie. Says PM. I'm trying to press A. Okay.
All right, honey. I'll meet you back home later.
Whoa, Mom. Whoa.
I'll meet you later. Don't wait up. Wait.
Whoa, Mom.
Time to give you some sweet white chocolate, baby.
It's horrible.
Honestly, gotta
Little vanilla caramel swirl. What's going on right now?
Jesus. Alright, go ahead, Ash.
Uh-huh. Do you have the key?
She nodded and pulled it out of her pocket to show me. I smiled at her sheepishly. I was overreacting.
I mean, when your mom forgets the key, it's like not unreasonable. Okay, sorry, Mom. You know I just worry. I know. Now go and get some food in you. I'll be back before the open houses begin.
Oh, what kind of food do we have here? Ooh, top priority. I nodded and left. I couldn't help but think about the fresh produce that waited at home. Things I'd never tasted before. That's the absolute best feelings when you've never tasted something and then it's delicious. Oh my god. I ducked into the hallway and made my way through the people going about their day. Getting home wasn't too hard. I just followed the signs that led towards my block. Everything was actually laid out really well. It was different than the surface, where everything was just sort of shoved together from ruins. When I got back home, I sighed with relief. I wasn't exactly quiet, but there weren't people all pressed up against each other here. I distracted myself with food, portioning everything out carefully. The fresh stuff would spoil if I wasn't careful. I glanced through the welcome packet while I ate. Hours passed before Mom finally returned. Again, she was in high spirits. I smiled and tried not to show that I was concerned. The mayor seemed like a nice enough guy. He wasn't in a relationship or anything. I should simply wish her the best. I don't know. That's
Right?
kinda,
Like don't
that's kind of
cock
sus. Hold on a
Right?
second.
I'm about to say don't cock block your mom, but also sus.
Also sus. Honestly, it's a little sus.
Oh, man.
It was probably only one-sided anyway. He was the freaking mayor after all. Well, what if he's like gay? That's valid.
We've been calling him a villain this whole time. Oh lord. Oh, Ashlyn, Rick is so wonderful, isn't he? He insisted he escort me all the way here. I'm gonna be so mad when he finally kills her.
Yo, he's
Because you know it's coming.
He's literally seducing her mom so he could come. Oh no, I don't know what he's doing. The mom is like a secret agent or something, or like Ashlyn has the key to some fucking thing. I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel it.
Oh, really? Is it dangerous for us to be alone in the halls?
Yeah, Mom.
Oh, is it gonna be murder? Is it murder most foul? I don't think it was like that. I think he just wanted to talk to me more.
Oh my god. She shimmied
To
her
get my
shoulder.
secret.
To get my secret recipe.
To get my secret recipe.
She shimmied her shoulder. What?
Now I want a game where like somebody is like someone's secret like cookie recipe is actually like the recipe to like a magical cure and they never knew, and so people are like, wait, must get your recipe, and they're like, I don't understand. The mom
like
always told.
It's just like a grandma making.
I want it. I want that so bad now.
We
I'm
need
gonna
a
build that. I'm
grandma
gonna
main
make it.
character, honestly. What the heck?
I'm
coining it now. Grandpa dating sim. Grandma finds
No. Done.
Done.
After Battle Royale for Your Heart, that's your next game.
Yep. Because it doesn't get
Grandma.
I'm just gonna start making parody games. That's it. That's the way
That's
to go.
That's gonna be your whole. That's gonna be your whole shtick.
Yep. If it works, it works. That's all I'm saying. Doki Doki Literature Club was not a parody game, but it, you know, had that thing going on. Anyway, and it did really well. So
Mm.
anyway, send my game to PewDiePie. Fortnite dating
Oh,
sim?
Lord.
Huh? Question mark?
Send it to
PewDiePie,
Ninja.
Play my game,
Send it-
Ninja. He'll get so
Send
triggered.
it
He'll be
to
like,
Ninja.
Samurai Striker. Who is that, huh?
Only he doesn't stream with. I was gonna say that you could like go on stream with him, but he doesn't stream with women, so you know.
You're right. Wow, Ninja, I don't need you. It's all right. I'm gonna go to PewDiePie and that's it. Hey, PewDiePie, you wanna
Do like
you wanna date
Markiplier,
Ninja,
Jacksepticeye.
PewDiePie?
Do like
Yeah,
Jacksepticeye,
Jacksepticeye would play for
or
sure.
like or Markiplier.
One of these
Yeah, I've
days.
been marking Jack.
What are the non-problematic faves?
Yeah. When the game gets made. Hold on. One step at a time. Anyway. She shimmied her shoulders with pride and began to swan around the room towards the food. Jojo, you're a fan of Markiplier? Yeah, there was one video Markiplier made.
Oh, sweet.
The only one that I've watched was go on a date with Markiplier, because my brother showed me as a joke, and it was so weird. Did anyone watch that video?
Yes.
I don't actually watch Markiplier.
I have.
No, but it's
Honestly,
like it was like a choose your own adventure date with Markiplier.
Oh, that's cute. He would totally play. He would totally play a
I
battle
had no
royale themed dating
idea.
sim.
Yeah. Doesn't he play? I know for a fact Jacksepticeye plays Fortnite. I don't know about Markiplier.
Anyway.
The only thing I paid attention from Markiplier is when he played the Five Nights at Freddy's games. My God, were they great.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying, if we all send Markiplier my link, I don't know.
Who
Alright.
knows?
Who
Anyway.
knows? I promise I'll remember you guys when I'm ultra famous. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Because I won't be ultra famous.
That's nice. So, have you thought about the career open houses yet? And which one are you going to?
We gotta go to one. Can I just not do anything? Mom paused, and I saw her deflate a bit.
I'm not all that good at anything. We always just did what we needed to in order to survive. It seems strange to have a job.
Right?
Right? Yeah, but this is like a proper society, right? Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it?
I
smiled.
Oh, yeah. You can do it.
Go on.
No,
I got in. No, I don't at all, actually.
Being the narrator is the most boring of all of it. Just kidding.
I'm already playing 4 characters.
Yeah, she's been doing all of it. And then Jamie said, I saw that date one. It was funny. It was funny. I forgot what happened the first time, and it didn't go well at all. And I had to play it again. But that's a lot of work put into it. Holy shit. There was different scenarios, and you had to click through all the videos. Oh my god. I smiled and nodded despite the anxiety. I didn't see a reason to worry. The lights hadn't flickered too much. I hadn't heard the roar of a sandstorm, and no one had tried to rob or kill us in our sleep. Things were different now. Better. I just needed to adjust.
So, where are you headed tonight? Any of the jobs interest you?
She's like asking us again. She's like, can you just answer me, please, Ashlyn? Well, where are you going? I shrugged.
I'm just going to go just going to check out the open houses and figure it out from there.
She nodded, and I apprehensively left to attend the first open house. Ooh, I walked into a large open room with several tables lined up. Whoa, murder scene back there. Look at that. A uniform had been set up, and there were lots of little packets with information. A large man stood by a bulletin board and was talking to everyone who came in. I'd barely taken 2 steps inside when Eva bounded
That's not
up
a man,
next
it's
to
a
me.
woman.
You liars.
Ashlyn, you came.
I guess I'm going to all of them. I guess I don't have a choice, huh? I'm just kidding.
I'm not sure what I had imagined, but this wasn't it. It looks so boring.
Yeah, man, no high-speed car chases or explosions. Come on. Eva frowned briefly, but shook it off.
I think a lot of you surface landers are used to a very different kind of authority. This is set up for the people. To protect them, not to control them. I mean...
Debatable. She placed a friendly hand on my shoulder. Again with the shoulder, and she's blushing, huh?
Come on. I'll show you around. No one will give you a better tour than me.
Yes. I'm not giving you an option. Yes. Since she worked
Wait, what are
here, the option was yes or no.
Oh, okay.
And yes. Since she worked here, she'd have all kinds of valuable insight.
Show me all the secrets, okay?
Hey.
Show me all your secrets, okay?
Wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge.
She grinned at me.
You got it.
I followed Eva as she pointed things out. She seemed to have a story for everything.
That's my locker. That's the cameras. But they are unreliable as hell. Those are the holding cells.
She opened a door into a narrow hallway with small, secure rooms. No one was inside, thankfully. The idea of being confined in such a tiny place made my stomach drop.
Holding cells? Yeah, if someone acts up too
Oh
much.
my god.
Hmm.
She glanced at me and her smile faded a bit. Oh? Huh?
Hey, not people like you.
How do you know, Eva? Huh?
You don't know me.
You don't know me, I've seen some things. Eva placed
done
her hand
some-
on
Wouldn't
my
recommend
arm.
it.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. Eva, you're making a big assumption here.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, was that a dragon
You
on
know-
her neck? Confirmed, Amy? Dragon on her neck? Or just a nice design? Huh?
Might look like one, yeah.
You don't look like a criminal to me.
Shows what you know. That's a relief.
Oh man. Man, which one gets the girl though?
If only real life worked like that. Hold on, I gotta.
Right? It is a dragon
Dragon
tattoo, it's
tattoo.
confirmed.
I feel like she might, I don't know. I kind of like shows what you know.
I like shows what you know as well. Like, it's sassy and I like
And I
it.
feel like Eva's sassy too.
Alright, let's go with shows what you know.
Can't
Then.
be-
Yeah.
Can't always be, passive.
Yeah.
Eva left. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, laugh.
Yay! We got it.
These cells are hardly ever used. Most things are resolved quickly. That was all I meant.
Huh? Really, Eva? Yeah?
That's all you meant? That's all you meant, Eva? You don't want to take me into one of those cells?
Alright, moving quickly in this game.
Hey, it is the apocalypse.
You right?
You just
only
do what
got
you gotta
one.
do.
You gotta live for the day.
These a day.
Carpe
Yeah.
deadass.
Oh.
YOLO.
I don't know. I'm so tired. Okay. I know what it's like on the surface, but it's different down here, really. Now, want to see something really cool?
Is it that dragon tattoo? Because I'm into it. Show
Right.
me. Sure.
Sure.
Oh? Whoa? Whoa? Eva led me to a back room? Huh, Eva?
What? What the?
What?
Whoa!
Eva? Wait, hold on. You play Dream Daddy, right, Ash?
Yeah.
Do you know that guy, the bad dad? Where you're just like walking home and he's like talking to you after like he gives you a few drinks and then he like he can take you home or something?
Yeah, and you can like bang, and that's like the bad ending for Robert.
I was like, I did it on stream once and I didn't realize like they were actually gonna do it. And then I was like, whoa, hold on a second.
Yeah, it was like
Wow.
super surprising. I was like, it was one of the, it was like the second ending. It was like the second dad I romanced. I was like, well then, like, okay.
I was so confused and I was like, hold on a second. Oh
The
my
trick
God.
is to not bang him the first time.
Oh. I backed out because I was just like, oh shit. Alright.
It's got too real for me too fast.
Got too real for me too fast and the chat wanted me to date Craig. So,
That's a fair. That's fucking fair.
Right? I gotta finish Dream Daddy. I never finished it. Oh my god.
Like he was like I think Matt. I think no. Not Matt. The teacher was my favorite one.
I don't know his name.
Shit, not Matt.
He was like the principal or something?
Yeah, no, he's a teacher. He's not a principal.
Oh, teacher.
His kid is Ernest. What is his name?
I haven't played that game.
I'll think of it. I'll think of it later. I'll think of it later.
I never finished it.
Oh, I finished it.
James said I'm not supposed to say. I gotta finish it. It was funny. Eva led me to a back room and opened the door into darkness. There was a snap, and it lit up to reveal several weapons.
Those dot weapons. Oh shit.
Or like, damn, I was not expecting weapon.
Right? We only ever use them when we're dealing with invaders. It doesn't happen often.
Eva, is that a good idea? Let's show the new girl the weapon so she could,
Right? You don't know
after
shit
I
about
literally
her.
just told you, you don't know shit about me, Eva? Is that smart?
Eva's just trying to get it.
Right? Showing her
You know how to-
guns, winky face.
You know how to shoot these? Everything else is gonna be innuendo now.
Literally, if there's not a date where Eva's showing her how to shoot a gun, oh my god.
What's the point?
What's
What
the
is even the point? The Garrus Vicarian that shit.
Right? Oh my god, with the snipe, oh my god! Even if it's just a best friend moment, still, it's just like, oh my god. Yeah. That's another game. We're gonna just have a podcast or something.
We need a BioWare.
Talk
We should do a BioWare podcast where we just
Honestly.
literally talk about like it'll be like just all the squee moments in BioWare games.
Or like we'll be required, let's finish like this one section by Wednesday and then talk about that one section in detail.
Oh my god, that would be amazing.
I'm here for it.
Let's-
We gotta talk about that after this stream.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Anyway.
Anyway. I picked up a large gun. It was heavy and cold. I had seen plenty of guns. I just never held them. They were hoarded by Sandmen, and if they learned that you had one... ... I handed it back to her, and she held it out, striking a pose. Oh?
I begged Vince to let me take this home, but he won't let me.
Oh?
Uh-oh.
Too bad. Probably not safe.
Too
Too
bad?
Come on, let it be dangerous.
Live a little dangerous. That's a real shame. It would be nice to have something like this within reach.
Oh shit.
Right?
Yay!
Okay.
We're close again to Eva.
Like us,
Come
Eva.
on.
I should ask her, you show the back room to all the girls, or... Eva then
You
left
show the back room.
to everyone, or... But you're right, though. She didn't blush with Micah and Jude. Ooh.
It's
Interesting.
that big.
Eva then led me back to the main room and outlined what would be my various duties if I joined the security force. Protecting people, fighting off anyone who attacked Camden, doing rounds to watch out for stuff. Lots of paperwork.
Mhm.
Apparently she hated paperwork, but seemed to enjoy all the other aspects of it. Oh?
Oh god, he's so tall.
We went back to the boss, as Eva called him. He didn't seem bothered by my earlier absence and told me to call him Vince. Ooh, Vince. He seemed content with that introduction and left me with Eva. I wasn't sure if this was the job for me. It sounded dangerous, but exciting. I moved into Camden hoping for security. Maybe maybe the best way to make sure I was safe was to take matters into my own hands. As everything wrapped up, I grabbed an informational packet and then I headed back home. Mom was already in bed, so I crawled into my own and went to sleep easier than I ever had. Also, you go to a different one every day. Alright.
I guess it's probably the
Oh wow,
assumption.
no
No
progress
hearts?
for Eva.
Ava!
Wow.
Ava!
Alright.
You showed me
That might be-
Eva.
Now might be a good time to save.
The back room, Eva!
We had that very moment.
God, she shows
We
the
played with
guy
your
girl.
big gun.
Hold on. Arrow, you know the rules. It's 5 dates, then we get to go to be with the girl. Oh wait, I'm thinking of the wrong game.
It's 5 dates. Jesus. She shows the back room to all the girls. Fuck.
It's
But
like
hey.
she's yeah, it's like what she does, and however you react is like how she like knows.
Fuck.
I don't know. It's just her thing.
Let me just save it. Oh, sorry. I'm just fucking reading. What time is it now? 10:14.
Not 9:14. Both 10:14. Yeah.
We'll end after the next day and then answer questions, or we can go on longer. Whatever you want.
Probably next day, and then see where we are, and then answer questions.
Yeah.
All right. And when will the
Can't
next
play
day
the-
we be streaming this?
What?
And when will the next day we be streaming this?
Don't know. We usually don't finish
Hmm.
games.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
we rarely finish games.
Yeah, we rarely finish games.
Okay.
I figure it's better for the audience to go out and buy the game and play it the way they want to. Just kind
Fair
of give
enough.
them like a taste. But we
Goof
play
off and make
other
commentary.
games though. We'll play other games.
Oh yeah, we'll play something else. We can play my Nano Reno game.
Yeah, we can.
that people have like super mixed reactions on.
Oh yeah, we can play
But
whatever.
whatever.
I'm down for whatever. That'd be cool. Then we can have a Q&A with you about your game. Can I interview you, Ash, like a real interviewer?
Sure.
She's like, maybe, perhaps.
I guess. Sure, perhaps.
All right.
Ashlyn says, my mom is banging the mare.
I can hear it in the next room. I sat up trying to shake the nightmare. Oh. I couldn't remember what it was about. Something
about my mom
hands.
banging the mare.
Just hands. Alright.
Ashlyn? Yeah? Just a bad dream.
Oh, Mom, the mayor's not here. Thank God. Oh my God.
Right.
She nodded.
Oh yeah, that'd be weird.
Right? Tis you, Ash.
Yeah, go 1 sec, sorry.
Yeah, take your time. Jamie said hearts fill up quickly. Alright. Fine. Fine, I won't be upset that I didn't get any hearts.
Do you want some breakfast? I waited for you.
Oh, she's a smoker mom too?
Nah. No.
I leaned
I
over
can think
in
of something else
bed
for that.
and Mom began to look at me. After a brief Mom scan, she smiled. I rubbed my eyes. I wasn't hungry, but Mom probably just wanted the company.
Okay, let me get up.
I got up and pushed away the last wisps of the nightmare. It was as good as forgotten. Then I sat at our thin fold-up table and ate fresh fruit and porridge. I was starting to think I could live on fresh fruit and vegetables alone. I wish.
I used the recipes provided, but I'm not sure this is how everything's supposed to taste. Better than what we used to eat. Dirt.
So wait,
And
did that mean
sand?
that she came up with a new recipe?
Don't you Final Fantasy 15 me? Oh my god!
Can't wait to try it.
It's literally
This looks like a
That's
great
amazing.
place to pick up ingredients.
Oh,
Frickin' Donald!
I actually met 3 of the actors, believe it or not.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, what was the name? Ray Chase,
Mhm.
Dan Stevens, I think.
Oh
was
my
his name.
god, Ray
And
Chase.
Also, Adam
Love that
Crosdale.
guy.
I fucking love Ray Chase. Like,
Robbie
Yeah, it was a really.
Damon, my favorite right now. He's my fave. Honestly. Prompto, so well acted.
I have yet to meet Robbie Damon, but I do want to guy.
Bro, I follow him.
he's
He's the
pretty good.
only like big voice actor I follow on like Instagram because I want to see him and his baby. Oh my god.
oh, I know. I do the
Oh
exact same
my
thing.
god.
I do
wanna
the
see his
exact same
baby.
thing. That's why I follow Gideon Emery on Instagram, because he does like push-ups with his baby, and it's like this is the
Wow.
best.
You follow Balthier?
Yeah, I follow. Actually, I actually follow a lot of people on Instagram because Brita Valencia also had a baby, and so I'm like, baby pictures, give them to me. Like, it's the best.
Give me the baby.
Give me voice actor baby pictures. Like, I am so
Finally,
into
Sebastian Ciel finally had a children. Wait.
8 children.
it.
He had a group of many children.
Well, I mean, you know, J. Michael Tatum's got his dog, so they got babies. It's fine. I'm kidding. I'm no.
So cute. Anyway, because honestly, bro, I can talk about Final Fantasy. I can't even talk. Final Fantasy 15 all day, all night, whatever. Anyway, I shrugged and left out the times where he had been forced to go hungry.
I think I'm going to head out to the community center for coffee.
Coffee?
That's all they do is drink coffee.
That's all they do. She peered down, eyebrows raised slightly. I nodded. Coffee. I can't believe they have enough of a supply to be so flippant with it.
Coffee every morning is really nice. It's wonderful. Maybe the mayor...
Oh, yo, Ashlyn, chill. Let her get the mayor. Come on. I cleared my throat and stood up, then dusted myself off and made a show of heading towards the door.
Coffee first, before I deal with the fact my mom's fucking the mayor.
Coffee first, white chocolate later. Goodbye. She laughed and nodded, stood and placed the dirty dishes in the sink that had running water. It was incredible. Mom opened the door and we stepped out into the hallway. I made sure to grab the keys.
Like, they keep making, like such specific, like, mention of the keys that, like, it's gotta be a thing.
But also, I feel like, I don't know, yeah, I guess you're right.
Because, like, they keep bringing the keys up over and over. It's like, that's some Chekhov's gun stuff right there.
I was literally about to say that. I was going to be like, when I was in a creative writing class, the professor told us about Chekhov's gun, and they're like, you gotta bring it back up. You don't just mention this 2-3 times and then forget about it.
Exactly.
I don't know. Something's up with this mom. I don't know. I'm watching you, Mom. The mayor's gonna come into the room and steal the keys? Something? I don't know. Oh, we turned a corner and then almost ran right into the mayor himself. Alright.
Oh, excuse me.
Yo, doesn't he look like a Pokemon professor or something?
He does a little bit.
He's like, what starter would you like?
He looks like he would be in a Lupin the Third, honestly.
Ooh, that too, yeah.
That jacket. And his hands are poised like he's holding like a really fancy cane. That's what he's missing. Oh,
no, I know who it is. It's Ebony Maw wearing a disguise.
There you go.
Yes.
Well, fancy bumping into you here. What brings you to this block?
Oh, you know, Mom. He cleared his throat and straightened his shirt. Oh, shit.
Oh, I like to walk around. I use a dog, but this seemed more manageable. Kamala, how are you liking your new accommodations?
You guys are on a first name basis, huh? Rick, huh?
Everything is absolutely wonderful. I'm so glad we managed to get a spot in Camden.
How'd you get that spot, Mom? Huh?
Mom,
how'd you get that spot? Yo, Mom did some shit. Alright.
Well, she needed to come by of my place and work for me. I need to show her some available positions, shall we say.
Oh
Everything is...
Did we just make
oh my God.
The mayor is either a villain, a sleazeball, or something way out there? He smiled, and I swear I saw him blush briefly.
Gross.
Oh, I can't imagine how you were living before you came here.
Oh my God. Someone walking in the hallway shouted a greeting at the mayor, and he waved in reply.
It's rough up there. I miss the extra space, but our home here is much more luxurious. I don't miss the random power outages either. I don't know. I imagine he has a cough from all the dust. I don't know.
Honestly, she visibly shuddered. She just looks like that kind of person, I guess. Oh, I can't press A.
We use geothermal power here. It's a lot more reliable. Everything is maintained regularly. I make sure of it.
Oh, a man in charge for my mom, huh? He likes to be on top of things, huh? I'm sorry.
What Mommy would want.
Sorry. My bad. Listen, it's been a while since we did replay visual novels. Go big or go home.
Oh Lord.
He nodded. We gotta make up for the fact that Caramel's not here fighting with people or obsessing over tree boys. I'm just saying.
True.
He nodded and crossed his arms. He had a look about him that said that yes, he did make sure of it. I wouldn't want to be in maintenance if there was a malfunction.
I'm very grateful. I don't understand the bit about thermal genes yet, but yes, it sounds lovely. Even happier that I don't have to worry about it. Oh, what if he kills people who can't contribute to the society?
That sounds like a good, yeah, that sounds like it's probably right.
I made sure of it. That's the truth. I'm just happy the lights stay on. We even have cold water.
Yeah, wouldn't you want warm water? Why do you want cold water?
I mean, if the earth is scorched, I think you want cold water.
You're right. I forgot about that. All right, Jojo. Thanks for staying. Oh, she's the best. She came to support me. What a good friend. Anyway.
I know the rooms are small.
They're just lovely. So clean and efficient. Running water, oh, that alone is enough to make me happy.
These two dorks. Mom beamed at him and I saw him relax somewhat. I cleared my throat to ruin the energy building in the air. Ashlyn! She's like,
Mom! Mom, I'm dying here. Coffee? Stop flirting with the mayor. Mom.
Ashlyn, chill. Do you need coffee that bad, huh?
Mom, stop flirting with the mayor! Right. We were on our way to the community center.
Oh, would you like to come?
Oh, well, don't let me keep you then. I'll see you around, Camilla and Ashlyn. Especially you, Camilla.
No.
And then he grabs her ass like before. And he grabs her ass like before.
He walks
away. Oh my god.
I just
Especially
want more.
you,
I just
honk
want to
honk.
see more scenes with the mayor. That's it. I'm done. We separated and I eyed Mom suspiciously. The mayor seemed okay, but he was the mayor. What was she thinking? The mayor's into it too, Ashlyn. So...
don't... He seems like such a gentleman, you know?
Yeah, but it does seem a little too easy. I guess you're kind of right. I don't know.
Uh-huh. He's also the mayor. The guy in charge of everything and who owns this whole place. So? What? Does that mean he can't be a gentleman? Why are you looking at me like that? I know. Nope. I'm still the mom, so you shush right there. I can tell you about to lecture me, and I don't want to hear it, young lady.
Don't tell her. Tell your daughter. Oops. I rolled my eyes and she wrapped an arm around me. Aww.
Don't fret over me. I'm not that old yet. I'm making her sound ancient. Or helpless. I can take care of myself.
I'm not that old. I'm just shy of 75.
I know.
I know, I just can't help worrying anyway. After we got some coffee, we learned about the library. We had seen information about it before, but it hadn't occurred to us that we could borrow books. For free.
That's the whole point of a library.
They don't know what libraries are. They don't have I'm surprised they have books, let's be real here. Mom had only brought a few of her cherished romance novels that were battered from frequent use. It would be good to read something new. Oh, Mom? Huh? What the fuck? They keep this place in order.
Good might be.
The library was cluttered with books and a set of desks off to the side. Apparently, they held some kind of educational services here. A guy, probably a few years older than me, sat behind the counter looking down at a book. He hadn't bothered to glance up, but I could only imagine that he was the librarian. And then PM said, "My boy." Ooh.
And that's
Alright.
him?
I like his like sweater vest.
Right? And his hair. Hey, that
Hey.
that texture.
Hey.
Hmm?
Why are you glaring at us, huh? What's the problem, librarian?
So, are you the librarian?
Yeah, I guess.
I guess. I looked at Mom and she just shrugged. She seemed content to watch me try to interact with him. She's like, "Yeah, you try your flirting game. Go ahead. It's not as good as your mom's."
How do I get a free book?
Oh my god, Ashlyn. So precious. He sighed and grabbed a box and set it up on the counter. He opened it without looking away from his book and then handed me 2 blank index cards.
Ask for
for
clarification.
clarification.
That's literally me. I'd be like, "Wait, so what do you need me to do?" Ask 16 times.
So, do I wave this like a wand, or
Look at her
Well,
face.
she knows what a wand is, but she
She
doesn't know
got-
what a library is.
she read Harry Potter apparently? Okay,
Yeah.
she got like
Yeah.
so mad. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I got mad real quick.
Okay, so write your name and home index number, then give it back to me. Whenever you take a book out of the library, I'll note it on your card. When you return it, I'll cross it out.
She's like, "I gotta return it."
Sounds very clever.
Well, he did as he asked and handed the cards back to him. Without another word, he placed it back into the box and returned his attention to his book. Before I could walk towards the shelves, the door opened behind us and someone else walked inside. "Bro, you serious? I'm trying to get a book." Ooh, whoa,
Sweet.
whoa. Wait, was that his voice? Was he what? I don't know.
What? You're so confused.
I'm
Why are you so confused?
Oh, cause I said, "Oh, sweet." Was that Alex or was that the game?
That was me.
Oh,
was me.
I was like, "Bro, what is this game voice?" And I didn't even realize it. I got so
No.
confused.
Like, this is one random voice
Yeah,
appears.
that's why I was like, just one voice. All right, sorry.
Plot twist: everybody's been like mute this whole time, like
Nah, it's
like
bec-
in game mute, except this
Well,
one
like-
guy.
like Arcade Spirits is I'm only mentioning that one a million times because it's the most recent one I'm playing. It's like some of the lines are fully voiced and some are like partially voiced.
Yeah.
But you don't know when they're gonna be voiced. They're not
Yeah.
all like reaction, so it'll just pop up and you'll be like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, he was.
Because I've played the demo of that.
It's so fun, Ash. We should play it on stream. I feel like you'd like it too.
I need to buy it. I played the demo at PAX.
Oh, it's so good.
I asked a bunch of like random Renpai questions, and the poor gals who were demoing it were like, "We're the artist and the writer. We didn't do any of the programming." And I was like, "Oh."
Oh, all right.
I felt kind of bad because I was asking like some very detailed like Renpai questions. I was like, "Oh, is this like an ETL transform on this background?" Like, and she's like, I was like, "Oh, right."
That's literally me.
I was like, other people don't like program their games. Like, I'm just a freak.
Yeah, I don't program my game. Sorry, Ash.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry as well.
I'm sorry that I do all the work, Anna. All right. Ash is a one-woman show. She could even voice her own character. She don't need anyone. Honestly, you could do it all by yourself.
I
Probably,
kind of do.
She does it all by herself. She's really-
I am the main
She
character of my current
literally-
commercial game.
Are you?
Yeah, in the D stands for demon.
Oh.
I play the main character in that.
Well, when we played it, it
I
wasn't
cast
voiced.
my. Oh, it's true. Yeah, I cast myself as the main character. in that game.
Get it.
I cast myself as Stella and the demon. So I'm playing both those characters.
Nice.
When I actually like record my lines, which I should probably do for my own game.
I could do it at the end. My second comes last.
I'm trying to get it ready. I'm trying to get a new demo ready for Anime Fest again. So I want
Yeah.
to make sure I'm in it, but that's not till August, so I have a little bit of time.
Oh yeah, I might be at this convention called Play NYC. It's like this really massive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I might be there. I got the okay or the approval, so I have to get my game
Nice.
done for August. The demo. So
yeah.
let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get that bread.
Get that bread. So It'll get done.
Anyway.
Literally just stressed myself out thinking about it. Anyway,
Same.
he
same.
was taller and handsome, about the same age as the quiet and rude librarian. And I can't date this guy, bro. Are you serious? Come on. I want to date the not rude
Hey, Trevor,
librarian.
you're not scaring everyone away, are you?
The librarian, or Trevor, set his book down and stood up.
Hello, welcome to the library. Can I help you find something to read?
Trevor's done with your shit already. As he spoke, his voice was deadpan and it didn't know how to respond. Mom simply walked away towards the reading material. I should have followed her.
These two are a bit occupied. Ooh, they're dating. They're dating. I love it.
Oh. Oh shit.
Okay, keep going. They've gotta be.
Don't worry about him. He doesn't bite. I'm Brian. I run the greenhouse.
Oh my god, Brian.
That's Brian who runs the greenhouse.
Oh my god, it all makes sense.
That's why he's so laid back. He's actually getting some when no one else in the whole game is.
Oh my god.
Oh, hi.
I'm going to go sit back down now.
I'm literally Trevor. Oh my god.
Where do you get all of that useful energy, Trevor?
Oh?
Smooch.
Uh,
Smooch!
we are at the same age, Brian.
He's like, don't you put me on the spot right now, Brian. Ooh, Brian turned his attention to Trevor and I was left to my own devices. Wow.
I jumped to some assumptions about Trevor and Brian that
Yeah.
just seemed adorable, so I went with it.
I'm here for it. I ship it.
Right?
I walked
Trevor and
around.
Brian?
and took a look
OTP.
at right? The OTP of the game. We don't have to play anymore until Trevor and Brian are back. I walked around and took a look at everything that lined the shelves. The place was small, but overall nice. The two guys seemed completely in their own little world. Trevor was trying to read, and Brian was trying to get and keep Trevor's attention. Oh, Brian.
Yes.
I'd finally started to figure out the organization system when I heard Mom coming. Oh, Mom knows. Mom knows.
What do you think is up with them?
Mom's sidled or sidled?
Sidled.
Oh, sidled.
Sidled.
What?
Sidled.
Oh my god. Mom sidled up next to me, holding two new books in her hands. Both had covers that depicted a man and woman clutching each other oddly.
Lovely.
Good.
Mom.
I don't know. How many books do you think we're allowed to check out at once? Not sure, but I suppose he'll have to tell us, won't he?
I nodded and looked around the room as Mom returned to the romance section.
She's in love.
Hey. There were
A
tons
love
of
that's
books.
so lovely.
He's got a song for everything. There were tons of books lined up and neatly displayed, and it would be really wonderful to have something new to read. What did I want to check out?
Something rapper and something easy. Oh, practical, easy. Let's go with something easy and relaxing. Just
Right?
help
He
get rid of the
wants to read
stress.
Something practical. Come on.
Yeah, just get rid of the stress.
I grabbed.
Tales of Church.
I see what you did there, Jamie. And I met back up with Mom, and we headed toward the counter. XOXO.
Sweet reference.
Eee.
Sick rough.
I waited to see if Trevor would react to Mom's pile of books, but he only took our cards and notated the books we were taking. Brian smiled in a friendly way, but he didn't speak again until we started to walk away. Then, it was only to Trevor. Okay, Brian?
So what are our dinner plans for the night, Trevor? I don't know. Just something Chinese.
There
I
might
guess.
be more
Alright.
book titles like that, huh? Ooh.
Hells yeah, there might be.
Almost all of the book titles are VN refs.
Hells yeah, they are.
In Secrets, fun fact, in Secrets Unsung, the movie that they watch, if you go on 3 dates with Balder, the third date is a movie, and you can choose this like monster movie that I made up, or you could watch Imre's Curse.
Yes. I have some of that. I have a little bit of that like in there, like referencing things.
Oh wait,
but
hold on. They didn't. You can't. Okay, that was the movie they watched the first time that they went on the date to the movies. Oh, it's
the
weird.
game.
That's weird. Yeah.
In the D, the scene I'm still working on. There's the first quote unquote date with Fakir. You go and play basically like a space version of D&D at lunch with a pangolin person and an elf, and the name of the game is the same as the name of the game is Upsilon Squadron, which is going to be the name of some project I do in the future.
Oh,
It's
shit.
a game I'm working on.
Oh,
Easter egg for future games. I'm like Pixar.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
The game that may or may not eventually get made.
And one day it'll get made.
It's gonna. I want to. It's got aliens in it.
Literally, I'm having this problem with Secrets Untold, where it's literally been 4 years almost that I've been working
Right.
on it, and I literally for Nano took apart the entire. I'm fucking insane. I took apart the entire script and didn't want to replace any of the voice acting because it's fully voiced, and
Right.
crafted the script around the voice acting, and I had to
Hey.
manipulate a lot of it. And
It's clever
like,
as shit, though.
yeah, but it's gonna take so much work when I gotta cut the audio and find all the audio. But like, bro, I feel like that game's never gonna get made. I keep telling people, I'm like, it's gonna be out soon, I promise. But will it? I don't know.
That's how I feel about the D right now. Like, I'm really trying to get the D done this year. Like, I wanted to have it done last year.
Yeah.
And it blew up into a much bigger project than I had ever anticipated. And so now I'm like, well, it gets done when it gets done. That's where I'm at right now. Like, it gets done when it gets done. I'm still shooting for this year, but
I mean, my issue with Secrets Untold is that like a lot of it depends on other people, which is the one thing that sucks about not doing all the stuff yourself. Like, you can program the game and then you have most of the voices, I'm assuming, and all of that. And like, you draw your own backgrounds and stuff.
like that is the thing about the D. It's like all the voice acting apart from mine is done. And all the voice acting is done. It's been done. All the sprites for the main characters are done. I need to finish up the sprites for the secondary characters. Then I need to cut, implement audio, but I also need to finish writing the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's like 50% written, but like I got stuck because there was like a game aspect that was like, shit, how do I handle this? And like, I just got stuck, and I got stuck on some characters, and I'm kind of stuck on like some choices, and I have like 3 more backgrounds I need to do. Because that's the one thing about me doing all of it, is I have to do all this shit.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much I still have to do.
I mean, I find it, so I like to outsource people so that I can focus on the writing and the other aspects of, like now that I'm doing commercial game, I gotta like market and do all of that stuff that I can focus more attention on, and then like listening to the auditions and stuff. But it's like when I work on a free project, it's like no one is reliable on a free project. And then I feel bad because nothing gets done and there's nothing I can do about it because I'm waiting on assets. Or like, I had this girl who was supposed to be working with me on Secrets Untold, and she was like supposed to do like art for it, and then like out of nowhere like just stopped responding to whatever. And then so I messaged her like recently, because this is like way past Nano, and I was like, so you're not working on the project? She told someone else on the team she wasn't working on the project anymore, and I was like, you weren't gonna tell me? And then blatantly in my face was just like, I've been waiting for you to tell me what to do, but now I'm actually leaving or something, and then like disappeared. But I was like, I literally told you 15 times what to do, and then you're gonna blame me for it. I hate working on free projects because when it's free, no one wants to be responsible.
I'm super. If I can get the money together, like if I can find the money and I can find the right artist, I have been considering hiring somebody to do the rest of the backgrounds.
Yeah.
Like I have some backgrounds already done, and so I don't want those redone. So they'd have to be able to like match the style I've already established.
Yeah.
Which I mean, a good, obviously a good background artist would be able to do that. But like, I have no idea who's out there to do that. I have no idea how much that would cost.
I know some people who do backgrounds, but I don't know if they could replicate or if they just do their own thing. Because a lot of people work with like the 3D animation and then they paint over it.
Right, which is what I do too.
Yeah, so perhaps.
I don't know.
I could send you some.
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Other ship was good, but expensive. Like, I mean, like if there's expensive, then there's expensive. Like,
I mean, but look at these backgrounds though. High quality.
Right, exactly. Right. Like, I mean, my options would be find somebody who can mimic backgrounds I've already done, or hire somebody to redo all my backgrounds. Like, that is where I'm at. And it's kind of like I don't know what is a better situation to be in. I'd rather be able to find somebody who can replicate the backgrounds I've already done.
I'd say replicate only because the backgrounds so very nicely match the sprites.
Right.
That was the problem I had too, was when I was working with my artist, she was like, because normally we used to, for our free games, to take public domain backgrounds or whatever, and the sprite art would look very weird on top of it.
Right.
On top of the like very, let's say, painterly style, and then my artist has more or less anime style art that Dahlia does. So it's like, what kind of background can I get that matches the sprites? So like we were very keen on that when we were hiring when I was hiring a background artist.
Right.
It's hard.
Yep.
It's hard. Working on regular games is hard.
Games is hard.
I get so frustrated.
Games is hard.
I want to finish my stuff so bad. I have good news though, is that Sean Rogers is once again recording lines for Archer, so I can finally post the full version of Snowdrop completed with all the voice acting. Finally, a million years later.
Managed to balance that with Xeon by highly manipulating the free backgrounds. Yeah, I did that with Heart Connection. It was for a jam, and so I basically ran out of time, and so I took free images. I took photographs, and I painted over them.
Yeah, you know what? If you can do that, you can do it. I can't do it.
And that worked really well to add on to PM's comments.
I think Xenopathy was for a jam too. I feel like it was for Yao Jam. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, same jam probably. Well, where's Waldo? We purposely went with chibis on photorealistic. Yeah, like if you can make it work, like for realsies. Like my Nano game, I didn't even have backgrounds. I did no backgrounds whatsoever. But it was full on illustrations, as opposed to sprites.
Yeah,
so.
You were doing a more quote unquote storyteller thing, like literally telling a story.
Yeah.
Could talk about this all day. I really could talk about game. One day we're gonna do our actual stream where we talk about game
we
dev.
really need to fucking do that.
To do it, I promise. We have a lot to say. We have so much to say. But we have questions after this, so we can talk all we want about it. Let's finish day 3 and try to get to it. Or if it's getting late, we can end somewhere in a nice clean cut spot.
Let's see. Let's finish day 3 because we're here.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah.
We're almost. We're like you spent the rest of the day working in the tiny home, reading the books borrowed from the library.
Oh yeah, we're reading books. Oops. When the time came to attend one of the career open houses, we went our separate ways. I tried to pick a good field to check out, but I had no way of knowing what would be interesting to me or not. So I just headed to the Medics open house. All right, Micah.
Let's go ahead and do the Medics open house, and then.
Impress me, Micah.
Oh
man,
yeah, that's right. You
I got a story PM about Gao Jam. Honestly, my Gao Jam game is. I love the idea of my Yao Jam game. I had casted voices for it. I'd written at least, I want to say a good 5 to 10k words for it, for the demo, quote unquote. And then everyone literally, again, disappeared. my programmer was working on it and she like lost all of her files or whatever and was like, I'm gonna build it up from scratch again, but I have literally not heard from her at all. I
Oh,
haven't heard from the
no.
person who did the sprites. I have not heard from anyone. So I'm literally just canceling it for my own well-being.
Because that was gonna be I was excited about that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna redo it eventually. I had another writer too who was doing the other route. So I was doing the heroes route and
Right.
someone was doing the villains route. I think I'm gonna have to finish Battle Royale for Your Heart and then go off and hire people to work on that game because it's already mostly, not all of it's written, but the demo was mostly written. A heroes route, I went all out for that boy. It was, oh my god, I love.
I really liked the conceit of that game, and so like.
Yeah, it'll get done, but it's just not gonna get done with this team. It's so.
It happens.
I'm so frustrated because I made a really big announcement on my Twitter the other day about how like I literally feel like I'm in limbo because I can't finish any of my projects, and I feel like that's gonna impact opinion on Battle Royale for Your Heart. But it's like, literally I can't do anything about the games that I'm working on now. Like it's literally nothing I can do about it. At this point in time, I'm waiting for voice acting for some games, or teammates just literally disappear with like all the work and we can't do anything. So it's like, do I leave my games in beta forever? Or do I just like, do I push to finish it? It's like, I'm at the point where I'm probably just gonna leave everything in beta and move on in my life. Because I just can't. I can't do it.
Sometimes it's what you gotta do.
I love my projects, but one Secrets Untold is also holding me back majorly. I need to get that done with and moved out of my life forever. Okay, PM said, unfortunately, I'm the one holding us back. Both our artist and my writer partner are doing other stuff. There's been a lot of stuff happening in my life. Man, I feel that. I don't even have time sometimes to work on my game scripts. It's really bad. What aspects of the game are you working on, PM? Oh, he's writing some of it. My writer partner and artist. Probably programming too, right? I walked into the clinic and was hit by the chemical smell of medicine and illness. It looked like a waiting area with places for patients hidden behind curtains. There were pamphlets set up on a table and a lot of people dressed in crisp white clothing. Oh, you have to finish the script for the second half. Yeah, script writing is so hard. Literally been trying to finish the demo for Battle Royale for Your Heart. And you know, if I really wanted to, I could sit down and knock out 7k words in a day. I've done it before, but it's like, it's so hard to get to that point.
Right.
Oh, thank Dolly Parton for this one. Oh.
Okay.
With big blonde hair walked over and took my arm. Oh, she's ready.
I should have saved that southern accent. Hello there, darling. I'm Iris Marie Jackson, but please just call me Iris. Everyone else does.
Oh my god. I want her to be my mom. Oh my god. She led me over to where everyone was sitting. I saw the doctor approach.
I was gonna try Dolly Parton, but Dolly Parton's like a very it's different. It's different. So I decided to go a little bit brassier.
PM said perfect. And then Jamie said LOL Iris. I almost didn't recognize Micah in his full uniform. When our eyes met, he leaned forward slightly and spoke softly.
Oh, Ashlyn. I'm still pleased to be able to come by.
He turned to the others and spoke to everyone.
I'm sure that you're all blah blah blah. Oh, sorry,
like
very
that.
tired as a doctor. Now, I'm sure that you're all at least somewhat aware of what we do here in the clinic. It's important work that helps keep everyone healthy and alive. While we teach you some first aid, you can help us by keeping records and maintaining the clinic's sanitary requirements.
Oh?
He means writing people's names down and cleaning.
Oh, that's a lot of work.
Yes, Iris is correct. While doing this, I can teach you as much medical knowledge as you can stand. The more doctors and nurses we have, the safer we'll all be.
I mean, it's noble.
How about a tour?
No thanks.
No thanks. Bring me back to the security desk, please, and thank you.
Iris clapped her hands together.
Eva, she's doing it again. Could you tell her to, go away?
What? What?
I said, Eva, Iris is hitting on me again. Could you tell her to go away?
Please and thank you.
Yeah.
Iris clapped her hands together. She looked at everyone. Micah rubbed the bridge of his nose.
Come on now, get close. I don't want to lose my voice.
Look at his face. He's like,
Huh.
I started walking towards Iris, but felt compelled to stop and talk to Micah. But look how far away they are. He's so far, you gotta yell across. He might get annoyed if I didn't stick to the tour, though.
Go talk to him.
That's my
Go talk to him.
Go talk
Go
to
talk to him.
What do you need a tour for? We're not even gonna work here. We don't need to know where the doctor stuff is.
Yeah, we're gonna work for Ava. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Goodbye. I backed away from the tour group and walked up to Micah, because I don't follow the rules. Oh, yeah.
Rebel.
He looked up from the clipboard and at me with curiosity.
Yes.
Oh, what's going on? He seems stressed out.
No kidding.
Stressed? You just not know me very well. This is my typical behavior.
Oh? He gave me a small smile and started to turn away. Hey, mister.
You come back here.
I'm talking
Well,
to you, man.
sure, but you're the main doctor, aren't you? If something is ever wrong with you, then who do you tell?
Oh shit, Ashlyn getting deep. Oh my god. You tell him.
Pardon?
If you get sick or injured. I don't get sick.
I appreciate the sentiment, but there are very capable medics here. I assure you that if I fall, someone will be able to replace me.
Oh? What the fuck?
Foreshadowing.
Oh my god, are you
Oh,
about
come
to-
on.
Oh boy.
Mira's gonna kill him. Oh, come on. I didn't mean it that way. You
One
seem so
by
tensed
one.
up.
Can you imagine if, like, the ending of the game is that the mayor literally takes everyone out except for Ashlyn and she's gotta, like, fight? Oh my god. One by
Yes.
one, they just start
Yes.
Oh my god.
I missed
Love
the perfect
it.
opportunity to make Micah sound like T'Challa from the Black Panther. I had the missed opportunity.
Fuck.
Could have done it.
Sorry, Ash. I'm afraid I cannot do this. Anyway, I guess
Oh my god.
your concern for me is touching, but misguided.
He finally lowered the clipboard and looked me over.
I'm simply worried about the turnout. I was hoping to attract more newcomers. Perhaps you can enlighten me?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Huh?
Why doesn't anyone want to work at the clinic?
Bro, that's a lot of work. That's why. I waited a moment, but he really seemed to want me to say something.
It smells kind of gross in here.
Oh?
Well, there are dead people around here, so people can
Great.
die here, so.
It didn't even crack a smile.
It's hard to return to a life of blood and death when you just left it. It's not for everyone.
Well, shit. Is that your recruitment speech? Because if it is, I know why you're so understaffed.
He gave me a small smile and averted his eyes. Abe got him a smile. Alright.
And that is why Iris is leading the tour right.
He nodded and then walked away to get back to whatever it was he was doing. I joined up with Iris as she was giving the final details of her tour.
And that's that, sugar.
Once Iris was finished talking, everyone started to leave. I grabbed the brochure and looked it over. A job at the clinic could be dangerous. I'd be surrounded by sick people. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be responsible for someone else's well-being, though it might come natural for me after so many years of looking after Mom. I headed home, but spared a final glance toward the nervous doctor. He appeared to be counting. Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
Wow!
our standing's
Nothing
up
new
to
with
2, though.
Mika. Nothing new in regards to stress. We even got her a book.
Come
To help
on,
her
But like
man.
relax.
but her standing's gonna.
Yep, the community likes
Yeah.
it.
This game is confusing.
We gotta work harder for it. It's only day 3. We can't fall in love already. Gotta work at it.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna save it. Whoa, the lights
Yeah.
turned on. Whoa. Quite literally.
It's a long game, says waffles are the best.
Says waffles are the best. I'm gonna play
Yes.
this game too.
However many 100,000 words.
How many endings can we
Alright.
get? 1, 2. I mean, there's 30, but it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 each. Except for Gloria. Just,
And why does Gloria get shafted on the endings?
Maybe because of one of those other 2 endings she dies or something like that. I don't know.
Oh my god. What if she dies so early on?
Like
we
she
can't get
fights,
the
like
ending?
maybe she fights Eva and then just like fights her to
I
death
bet
for
you no
the-
one
for
dies. We're
Ashton's
just
love.
assuming everyone's gonna die.
Maybe.
I'm gonna go to the title screen now so we can
Uh-huh.
talk over the title screen.
Are you sure you want to return to
Oh,
my menu?
actually?
Yes, we do.
Is there
Come on.
should we leave it on the credits? Or
Sure.
should we leave it on the main menu?
Yeah, leave it for them for now.
Okay, everyone. I have questions. Ooh, why? Why?
Yeah, I'm
what?
not sure who I what. I know I missed
Is
the.
it why? Do we think everyone's gonna die or something else? You gotta read the chat for me for a second, because I gotta pull up these Twitter questions. Okay. We don't know.
Oh, why does Gloria have fewer endings? Oh yeah. Yeah, why does Gloria have fewer endings? What's that
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, Jamie, why? Okay. So, our first question is from Guardian Angel, who asked, "How do you not crack under pressure with deadlines?" It's not possible. You always crack under pressure. That's
I mean, so it's like a little bit of cracking is inevitable, but the way the for me the best way to handle it is to not let yourself do your very very best. Like try, you're gonna fail, but try your very very best to give yourself plenty of time. Like for whatever it is that you're trying to do, like try to time manage in such a way that you aren't like working right up to a deadline, or like you have plenty of time to finish what you need to finish before the deadline. And when and if you can't, which is going to happen, be ready to let go of some of your project. Like there are things like scope is going to creep out of hand.
always.
And so like be ready to be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that part of this project, or like, you know what, I'm going to not have this ending, or I'm going to whatever you need to do to keep yourself from like, I'm bad about this, I'm horrible about this, I will crunch up to the deadline on things, I'm trying my best to like not do that. Like I'm crunching right now on something literally as we're sitting here speaking. Something I gotta get done by Wednesday. And but being able to say, okay, I'm done it's true. It's exactly true. It's like being able to, like, you know what? I'm not gonna get the CG finished, so I'm just not gonna have it in the game. And like no one knows that you didn't finish your game to your exact specifications.
Yeah, that's true.
No one knows that there was supposed to be a final route that you left out. You know, and then you can just say later, oh, DLC ending, like, if you really wanted to finish it. Like,
Yeah.
no one knows if you don't tell them.
Literally, a lot of indie game dev is fake it till you make it, honestly.
God, it's like 100%.
There are times when I've written things, and then halfway through I'm like, okay, that's not exactly what I planned, but they don't need to know that's not what I planned, and then I'll just scrap it and write something else or manipulate it in
Right.
a way to make it work.
Exactly.
A lot of the time I feel like sometimes I'll have to manipulate the story to like match the assets that I have or stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
That
Totally.
pops up randomly. But as for like how not to crack under pressure, I'm under pressure 24/7. I would
Yeah,
love
that
to
too.
not be able to crack under pressure, but I feel like when I'm under pressure, I work a lot better. When I did NaNoReno the first time, the pressure was like what pushed me to finish the game.
Yeah.
Now it's a little bit harder because now I have like a day job that I have to go to and then come home and then I don't want to work on my game. That's like a motivation issue. And so I'm pushing it to last minute, but to have like an overlooming deadline or something pushes me to get my work done. Even if I procrastinate to the last minute, it will get done. If I know I have to be done for something, I work better under pressure. So I kind of put myself in high pressure situations for the sake of productivity. Though it's so nice when you don't have to worry about a deadline. I don't know.
That's fair.
Yeah, I feel like all of indie dev is crunch time. That's what I tell everyone. It's always crunch time when you're a dev. Always.
Yep.
Alright, and then PM said, being able to say, okay, I'm done is such a big thing.
Yep.
Honestly, you could go on forever. You can rewrite. I feel like I'm going to have a real big problem with that Battle Royale for your heart, with that not being able to stop. Because I literally wrote the first 2,000 words for it, or like 4,000 words. And now instead of writing the rest of the script, I've gone back and started editing and adding more details. And it's like if I keep going back and doing that, I'm not gonna get further.
Yeah, you're not
on
gonna
the story.
finish.
Yeah.
Exactly. You have to like let yourself just keep going.
Yeah. I got to. This is good advice. Alright, I have more questions. Alright, let's see. And then someone seconded that and said like, this one massively. Especially someone that is working on one for another group. So do you have anything specific to say about this situation in terms of someone who is working on their own project? Because I know Garden Angel's doing her own thing versus working on a project for someone else.
I have opinions.
Yeah.
So for me, like, what's the question again?
So the question was, how do you not crack under pressure? But in terms of, does that differ, or your advice, does it differ for someone working on their own project who sets their own deadlines versus someone working on another project?
That's super weird. So like, when you're working on somebody else's project as like, an artist director, because I'm like, right now I'm working as an editor for a project. I'm working as an editor for a project, and I'm working as like a voice actor. I'm always working as a voice actor for projects, and then I'll obviously be doing the direction for whatever. And I'm working on a little bit of direction for Melee Sunshine, sort of, kind of. I don't know, not really. But I'm doing audio editing for Melee Sunshine, in bits and pieces. Like when you're only doing one part of a bigger project, you only have to focus on like that one thing, which helps, because it's like, okay, I need you to, because like you're not in control.
Yeah.
And there's something very like freeing about that, because like, okay, so like, you know, if someone's like, okay, so we got to have this section of the game done by the 28th, and it's like, okay, so like, okay, we need to get this done by this date, so we want to have this done by the 28th. It's like, okay, I can have this specific task done by the 28th. You know, I can have, okay, I need to get through 25,000 words by, gotta step away and only screws. Yeah. Like, for me, it's like, if they're like, okay, 25,000 words and we need to get it in by the 14th, it's like, okay, I can do that. Like, I can figure out, but there's a little bit of freedom for me, and I don't have to set that deadline. You gave me the deadline.
Yeah.
You said it needs to be done by the 14th. If I get it done by the 14th, I've done my job. You know, like, that is what I've done. I have done my job and what's expected of me. Now, if I don't hit that deadline, then it's my fault. And I need to, like, get my shit together. But, like, but for me, it's easier to focus on, okay, I need to get this one task done by this day. I can do that. I can compartmentalize that a lot easier. But, like, when it's my own project, and again, and if I don't get it done, yeah, I'm like letting down people, but it's different. Like, because like it's like, okay, I let down the producer, but whatever. But like when it's my own project, it's really weird because for me personally, it's really weird because like I feel like, okay, so if I don't finish the D, I'm letting down all 15 of my actors if I don't finish it.
Yeah.
Like that's how I internalize it personally.
Me too.
Like that's how I internalize it. So I would actually feel worse about not finishing the D than I would of stepping out of another person's project. Like I have no problem quitting a job, if that makes sense.
Because
If
they can
it's
get someone now.
right, if I mean, obviously it'd be a bitch move. It'd be a bitch move to do without any notice.
Yeah,
you know. But like I have like no problem from like a professional standpoint being like, hey guys, some things have occurred. I'm no longer going to be able to do this job. I will do up through the end of this deadline, but then I'm going to have to say I can't continue the job any longer. Like, I have no problem doing that because I recognize it as a professional kind of thing. It's like, if you can't do the job, you can't do the job. If you have other things, like I was working as a writer on a project. I was hitting the deadlines okay, but it was almost a situation where I wasn't getting the things I needed to continue it. Like, it wasn't anybody's fault. It was just like their deadlines got a little shifted. And so, like, I was working as a writer, and then there was kind of a halt. And then when they came back and were like, hey, do you want to continue writing? I was actually in a situation where I couldn't. Mm-hmm. And, like, I had to make that decision and be like, I actually can't right now because of this. But I didn't really have a problem doing that because it was like I had to do what I had to do for my job situation. You know? And it's like, it just is what it is. And I don't feel bad about that. Like, it would be great to, I want to see the project get done, and I'm excited to play it when it's finished. You know, if it ever does get finished, hopefully it would be. There's some really, really great, you know, concept art. But if it doesn't, you know, I feel less responsibility for it if it doesn't get finished. If I'm only a cog in the machine, I feel less responsibility for the project being finished. Because there are other pieces, and if they could have always fired me. Like, if that makes sense. Like, that's for me. Like I'm always going to meet my deadlines. That's me. I'm always going to meet my deadlines. I'm not going to not meet my deadlines. Because I can't, like, mentally do that. But yeah, so, like, being a part of a bigger project, I feel less, like, burdened. Because it's like, I did my job. Done.
But being the leader of a project is also... I mean, yeah, it's its own beast to tame.
Exactly.
I literally did Secrets Untold over again because I felt like I had a demo out and it didn't get a lot of good reviews because I wrote the demo literally almost 4 years ago. It was unpolished, it was not clean. We played it on stream a while ago. It wasn't the best, in my opinion. It could have used a lot more details, and I rewrote it, and I'm happy with the product now, but I rewrote it because I was just like, that's not fair to these people who are waiting, who have literally been waiting for 3 years, and have sent me their voice acting. It's fully voice acted, so I just, like, really guilted myself. I was like, alright, they sent me, for Callista's voice actor, I had Kieran's root 100,000 words, and then I wrote Garrick's root completely 100,000 words. So each of those had, I don't know how many voice acting lines, but it had to be well over 1,000 at least. I mean, I'm just guessing. It was fully voice acted, and I couldn't just let all of that hard work go down the drain. It's like,
right, exactly.
And I can't just be like, oh, hey, sorry, Kate, we're not going to make Secrets Untold anymore, even though you spent all that time making the audio and cutting them and editing and all of that. So I guilted myself and was like, alright, you gotta keep making this game. I mean, I redid it all. I cut out Garrick's root. But, I mean, I cut 200,000 words down to 30,000. So hard. Oh my god.
See, you know, that's like, so I was looking at what PM was saying. A lot more guilt when you're working with someone else, with your own project, you can kind of step away. I think that's actually the difference between me. Like, with the D, I feel accountable to the voice actors, so I gotta finish that shit. But when I worked on, like, Menix and Naxxus and Heart Company, I was like, there's no voice actors. No one knows I'm making this game. I'm not accountable to shit. And it was a lot easier.
Were you like,
because I was like,
Wait, what were you doing on the project? Were you like writing, or were you?
Those are my games.
Oh, those are your games.
Like my full games, my Yaoi Jam game and my Nano games.
Yeah.
Yeah, like those. Yeah, like those games. Like because there was no voice acting in them, and I was just do them. They're my solo games, and there was no voice acting in them, and like I was literally doing like literally everything. I was just like, I'm not accountable to anybody for these. I don't feel as much pressure.
Yeah, fuck it.
Except myself. So that's definitely the difference for me. Like if there's no voice actors to be accountable to, I feel a lot less pressure to finish something.
It's also like accountable to the people who want to play your games, I think too, because
right.
I mention a lot like Seekers Untold is going to be done, blah blah blah, and sometimes people are like, oh, I'm excited to see what's happening, and then I feel bad, and then I'm like, oh no.
No one's ever excited to play my games, so I don't know what that's like.
Debatable. Maybe they just don't voice it. I'm excited to play all your games.
Ever so often, someone will be like, oh yeah, I really like that, and I'm like, oh.
The heart connection, like I'm still using that as inspiration because of how experimental it was.
I'm definitely gonna do more like heart games because I have like a whole series I want to do with those.
That's another thing, having too many projects that you want to do, never finishing them all. That's my big problem.
Yep.
For rip. Just to read for the people, or just so whoever's watching, PM said. Being able, oh no, wait, hold on. There's a lot of guilt. There's a lot more guilt when you're working with someone else. With your own project, you can kind of step away and only screws you. If you walk away from a group project, it hurts everyone. I feel that too. Like for you, when you said like you can walk away from a project, from the other standpoint, like when I'm making games, a lot of the time my games are not getting done is because people have walked away from it. But I feel quote unquote less professional environment because I'm not paying people, but I mean it's still kind of professional. But it's like, it kind of sucks when you've invested time in with someone and then they've kind of pulled away. So, I mean, I don't know. I would leave a project if I had to. But just from my angle of making games and not being able to go anywhere because people are leaving is the absolute worst. But I guess it's like a matter of just taking control of your own situation because it's my game. I can just stop worrying about other elements and figure it out, I guess. PM said it carries more heaviness, but also more of a push to actually finish, and he'd only had the leader role on group projects, so more used to being the one setting the dates and following it up. That's why I say leading a project is its own beast, honestly. Oh my god. There's actually been people interested in Xenopathy. I'm letting down. It's very special. Nobody cares, so I can just let that lie or die, I guess is what you meant. Oh no, lie.
I mean, I wrote like the whole main branch and then one of the endings of a Yaoi game that I never finished. Like I wrote it all. I had sprites and everything, and I got like a demo ready. I put the demo out for Yaoi Jam like 1 year ago. Yeah. And I was like, wow, this is kind of boring. This is boring. I'm gonna do something else with this, and it's evolved in my brain to something like completely and totally different.
It'd be like that when you let it. That's what happened to Seekers Untold. Totally ended up different than what I thought it was gonna be. But
I'm gonna turn it. I'm gonna make it not a Yaoi game.
Oh.
I'm gonna make it more of like a RPG.
My goal is to make an RPG one day. Okay.
I'm working on it.
Someone said, how often do you have casting calls? I have casting calls a lot. A lot more than I don't know. I have them a lot. Currently, I'm not going to have another one for a while because I'm going to focus entirely on Battle Royale for Heart because I really want that game to succeed. But I mean, maybe we're going to have a casting call for minor characters that I haven't written into the script yet. So I always just like keep an eye on my Twitter because even if I'm not casting, I retweet whoever's casting.
Yeah, next I'm not gonna think. I'm good with voices for now. There's a couple projects in the future I might be doing more voices for.
Oh yeah, I love having voice acting in games. I feel like it's important.
Like there's one big project that I really wanted to do voice acting for because it would be like 50 characters, and so I want to do like it would be like a lot of like there's a project I want to do where the whole point would be a huge cast so that I could give as many like maybe up and coming voice actors a resume builder as much as possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Cool.
I would have I'd have like a bunch of like slots. Like there'd be the main cast, which I'd probably which I'd probably favor more veteran actors for. But there's like I want to do like all these like NPCs and shit. I want to make like the parts specifically available to be like, hey, do you need a game for your resume? I can't pay you a lot, but here you go. Like that's what I really want to do. Like I said, it wouldn't be a very high paying gig for most people, but like
It's good
I really
to
want to
have
do
a
it. I think it'd be
commercial game on your resume.
right, exactly, because like that shit is like useful.
It is. Okay, I'm gonna shift this question towards Alex as well because he's like, I don't make games. What are you talking about? So the question was, what's the best way to push through game block? But also to shift it towards Alex, what about like motivation block or anything that like prevents you from getting done what you need to get done? How do you get through that?
What prevents me from motivation block?
No, what gets you through motivation block?
Yeah, like what
helps
pushes
me
you
get
forward?
How do you push through when you don't want to get the lines done, or if you can't get the lines done, or if you're not getting casted for roles or something like that?
Well, what honestly pushes me would have to me to know that it's part of the job, essentially. That when you audition, it's just gonna happen again frequently that, oh yeah, maybe I'll get this part and then audition. Oh, I got the part. Audition. Oh, I got the part. And so that's pretty much expected to happen when there. But what really honestly keeps me motivated and to keep me going, well, honestly, it's just the fact that, well, I get to play pretend. Honestly, that's probably the best one. That's probably the best point. And honestly, whenever I do feel down and I feel like I'm not getting the role, I just have to remember that there are other people who are really in the same shoe as I am. That when they get that, the minute that someone else auditions for that role, there's a good chance that they're not going to get it either. So the only thing you do is just, just understand that your colleague out there is in the same boat as you are until the one day, oh, you finally get the role. So, yeah.
Yeah. To bounce off that as well, I think an important part of it is to be part of a community that you can kind of not. What's the word I'm looking for? I think an important part of pushing through anything is to be part of a community that understands what you're going through. The voice acting community on Twitter, I'm going to use as my example because it's so massive, is so incredibly supportive of each other.
Do you mean voice acting club?
No,
just like the community on Twitter.
The community on Twitter, just in general. The community of voice actors on Twitter is so incredibly supportive of each other that it's like, even when you don't get the role, I'll be scrolling through my Twitter because a lot of the people who follow me are voice actors for casting calls. I'll see like, oh, don't get down in the dumps. You just keep going, and like all of these motivational things. So I think that being part of a community will help push you through anything, even with game block. If you can't feel like you're not being able, for me personally, if I can't get past something, I'll go to Ash's inbox and be like, hey, Ash, I don't know what to do right now. How would you take this approach? Ash, I feel like Ash has definitely been making games longer than I have, and has probably.
I don't know. When did you start?
3 years ago.
I put my first game out in 2016, I think.
Yeah, so alright, we started around the same time.
Probably about the same time, yeah.
But I haven't had as many. The first 3 years wasn't as prolific or anything. I hadn't released a game until I don't know what year I released my first game. My Game Jam game, but it was a while ago, 2017 maybe? I don't know dates off the top of my head. But, I mean, the point of the situation is it's like, I have to open up my Twitch in case PM's writing something. I wanted the answer to that too. It's like, I already forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah. So I go into Ash's inbox all the time for my questions because I assume if I don't know the answer, Ash has been through something similar, or if she hasn't, can point me in a direction of someone who might know, or a place where I might be able to find the answer. Or if neither of us know the answer, sometimes we just kind of mess around through it and try to get through it. Because there'll be times I'll be like, hey Ash, what do I do? And you don't know, but then you'll still kind of play around with something.
Well, I do the same thing with Elaine Potisak, Impish. She's a stronger programmer than me. And so I'll be working on something and being like, I think Renpai can do this. Can Renpai do this? I don't know. Can it do this? And I'm like, I think this is supposed to happen. I won't be able to find what I need in the documentation. And then I'll just message her and be like, am I crazy or can Renpai do this? And she'll either be like, no, you're crazy. Renpai can't do that at all. And I'll be like, thanks. Great. Awesome. Or she'll be like, oh yeah, no, it totally can. You just have to do this. And I'll be like, shit. So she's like a rubber duck. It's great.
Yeah. So I think that's essential in moving past any blockage of sorts. There's also the other option is to just kind of take a break, push it aside. Yeah. I literally haven't worked on Secrets of the Hold forever, and then when I looked at it with fresh eyes, I was just like, oh, that's not the story I'm trying to tell, and then I was able to rewrite what I needed to redo. I feel like a lot of the time, especially for me, but I don't know if this is a mentality for all indie devs, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ash, but I feel like for me, I'm always feeling like I'm not getting enough done, or I'm not getting enough done. I get out of work and then I have some time before I do my daily streaming, and I'll be like, okay, I could do some work, but then I'm too tired to do work, and then I don't get the work done, and then I'll be like, oh, I definitely didn't get any work done, and it feels bad, man. And then I'll just kind of replay it over and over in my head and kind of quote unquote bully myself. I feel like that's something that I will feel bad if I use time to relax instead of actually instead of working. It's a legit problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a legit problem. And you have to give yourself time to relax. That's part of being effective as a person.
Yeah.
Is chilling the fuck out.
It's having to find that happy medium. It's just you have to. It's hard. It's not something you can get over overnight, or if it's even possible to get over. It's when I'm productive, I feel the best, but when I'm not productive, I feel like I could be productive. And I know you go through this too, Ash, because you're always working. And it's should I play Fortnite right now, or should I write everything? And since I have been focusing more on streaming, it's maybe I'm not being as productive as I should be. And then it's just this mindset that the point of the situation is you have to get over that mindset. I think that's a mindset that a lot of people have, and which kind of leads into game block.
Yep.
So because
you burn yourself out.
Yeah, burnout is the worst. I think that's what happened, because I burned myself out with Secrets Untold end of March, and then I just was like, I'm gonna stream instead of working, and now I'm getting back into it. But taking a break is really, really helpful, I think, and talking to people. Let's see. I think that was. What's
other Twitter questions? You should probably cut this part of the video into its own
Yeah, I feel like that was all the questions. But I had a question yesterday from a viewer who came in into my Fortnite stream randomly and was like, how hard is development? I want to take 3D modeling in college, and I don't know if I should do it. And I basically told him, I was just like, development is hard. It will always be hard, even when you're kind of a seasoned pro. It's always going to be hard, but
that's a really okay. So what was the question again? What was the thing? How hard is development?
How hard is development? Because he wants to take 3D modeling in college. Okay.
I
feel like that's loaded. It's all different aspects.
That's a lot of question. I hope they come back, and I hope you're able to share this VOD with them. Because I took my degree is in a mechanical electronics drafting, which includes 3D modeling, and I took 3D modeling classes in college.
See, I knew you would know the answer, Ash. I literally said in my video yesterday, tomorrow I'm talking to Pixels and Pins who will know the answer to all of these questions.
So I took some 3D modeling classes as like a post, as like after like I graduated from school and I went back for a couple semesters, and I took 3D modeling and 3D animation and stuff. That is such a small part of game development that it's like you can't just know how to 3D model and I'm gonna make a game. Like you gotta know how to 3D model, you gotta know how to rig, you gotta know how to drop that shit into Unreal or into Unity, you gotta know how facial animations work, you gotta know how game development as a process works, you gotta know gameplay, you gotta know narrative design. Like that's a good start.
Yeah.
Like that is absolutely a good start, and like I would definitely, like, if you want to be in game development at some point, like that's a good like, area of expertise.
I think he said
like
he wanted to be 3D modeler for like Bungie or an indie.
like that's kind, like that's perfectly acceptable. Like if you want to be, but that's the thing though. Like if you're gonna learn 3D modeling for like
job.
for a studio, for like a game studio, like you're only at that game studio. You're only ever gonna, like, this is a simplified version of that. But, like, you're only gonna do that one thing. Like you're gonna go to a game studio as a technical artist or as a character modeler or like a rigger or an environmental artist or whatever. Like, so like you may or may, so like the level of hard is like super difficult to discern. Like, you know, my poor husband does UI. That's what he does. He's a UI scripter. That's his purview. That's his purview. That's what he does. Like Alex, like, do you know shit about environmental modeling? Very little, he says, and he's been in the industry for like a million years. So like 3D modeling is absolutely a wonderful. That's a great job because you don't have to do just games. Like 3D modeling is one of those things you could do games, you could do animation, you could do video effects, you could do a bunch of shit with 3D models. You could do corporate. You could do. I used to draw airplane parts. Like you could do that kind of shit. Like 3D modeling is like a really great career path. So I highly encourage it because, you know, you may not end up wanting to do game development after that.
I think a lot of people think game development is not easy, but it's the quote-unquote fun job. When I tell people I make games, they're like, whoa, you make games? That's so cool. I'm playing a game. I love playing games, but it's not as fun as it sounds sometimes, or most of the time. It's not like I'm playing games for fun. Like, that's not what it is. It's a lot of hard work and a lot of moving parts because games are like taking the best of like writing. It's like taking everything. So it's like writing you have to have the music, you have to have the art, you have to have the level design and the direction to put it all together, and they can't work separately. And that's the hard part about making games, is that you literally need to be on top of all of it.
Right. And like people take and like go on, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was like, people like, I think, okay, so like I think something people don't seem to realize is that I don't know why. I have two things to say about this. I think anything you do is work, you end up getting really sick of. Absolutely accurate. That's why I typically don't do writing. I do editing. I'll do like occasional writing, but I don't typically do. I've definitely stopped doing long form writing. I'll do like short writing and that kind of stuff. Because that would kill my desire to write, and I can't afford that.
100% agree. 100%.
I think something people, when like they get into like an indie dev situation, I think people like forget that AAA studios have whole teams doing one aspect of a game. And that indie devs, like, you know, like they don't even do voice acting on site for most studios. You know, and so like they have whole teams for the environment artists and a whole team for this and a whole team for that. And so like the indie devs are taking all of that and they're crunching it where you'll have one person doing 7 things instead. And like I think that level of appreciation isn't always there.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you made this game. Why couldn't it do this? And it's like, bitch, there were 3 of us on this team. What the fuck did you want? You know, like, you know, it's like there's a lot of appreciation out there. And so I've been taking, so this is related. I've been taking, but my mom does not understand what I do. Yeah. As far as game development, like she barely she understands the voice acting, but she doesn't really get the game development aspect of it. And so I've been going around to conventions in Texas. I've been taking my how to make a visual novel panel.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, it's a really like bare bones, nitty gritty. We're going to run through every single aspect of visual novels. These are all the things you're going to need to take into account. These are backgrounds, these are sprites, this is writing, this is art, this is that, this is programming. These are your engines, this is what you can do. And it's kind of tweaks. My mom came with me to a convention a few weeks ago. Where I was doing this panel. Like, she called me up like the night before and was like, "Are you still going to San Antonio for that panel?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Do you want some company?" And I was like, "Apparently I do." And so, I go by her house and I pick her up on the way. And only she demanded to drive, so technically she drove. Whatever, fuck it. My mom's weird. But we get there, so she sits on this panel. She sits like in the audience for this panel for the first time. And then afterward, as like we're driving back to Austin, she's like, "Oh man, I never really understood how much you did with these things you make." And I'm like, "Cool, Mom." Like, it was a very like weird moment because I was like, "Okay, so you didn't understand how much work." It was like a very like weird commentary, or I didn't really know how to like process it because on one hand it was like, okay, she didn't really have a reason to understand how much work I was putting into these things because she doesn't have any frame of reference. But at the same time, it's like, did you think I was just sitting on my ass all day? Like,
that's literally what the people think. Oh my god.
I was like, yeah, I did not, like, my first game, I did full voice acting, and that was a dumb-ass idea. And I did not know what I was getting into full. Yeah, they don't. It's like, you don't know. You don't really realize at first. And sometimes that can work to your advantage, because you don't get, like, scared away. But, like, at the same time, it's like...
You need to want to be an indie dev. That's really the key of it. A lot of people are indie devs because they want to make a quick Steam game and make bucks, or they'll see games that and they'll say, "Oh, I can make that game," and then they get into it. And to bounce off of PM's comment in the chat, who said he did not know what he was getting into the first time, when I first started, I always mention Secrets Untold because it's literally been a burden on me since the moment I decided I was going to make it. I sat down one day and said, "Whoa, visual novels are basically writing. I can do that." And so I decided, let me jump into it. Alex already knows. He's like, yeah, that didn't work. I had scoped out an entire project. I was like, it's going to be easy. Someone's going to draw for me. I'm going to write out this script, whatever. I literally wrote a 200,000 word script that I cut down into 30,000 words. I had lost so many artists over the years in the 3-year development process. I learned so much that honestly, it's like, I can't even explain it. The amount of things that I learned within that time span is ridiculous. Like, anyone else, like, I don't know. I should have, if I've told you the amount of stress that I've had going through to get that game done, you'd say, why did you keep doing it? Why are you still doing it? It's like insane how much stress and how much, what's the word? How much crap that you have to go through.
Right.
To be an indie
like PM is saying, you have to be passionate about putting something out there. Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. I'm in a Renpai Facebook group.
Yeah.
I'm in two. I'm in a Renpai. I'm in a Renpai Facebook group, and I'm in a Indie Devs Game Facebook group. And this one guy, fuckers, he comes in and he's like, "Here's my plan for success." I was like, "Oh god."
I remember.
Oh, did you see him?
No, I think you told me it. When it happened.
I might have. I told you about a bunch. I've told you about a bunch of these assholes.
You were so angry.
I've told you about a bunch. So there might have been a different guy.
I can assume it's him saying he can make games easy. Is it the one with his girlfriend?
Oh, that was another guy. Oh my god, yeah. This is a dude. This is a different guy.
Oh, okay.
This guy was a little bit more like, this guy was less infuriating and more just like, oh, poor baby. Because he was like, this is my plan for success. I'm gonna make a popular dating sim. No. He's like, I'm gonna make a visual novel with no overhead, and it's gonna be like, cause I'm gonna do all the writing, but I'm gonna use public domain assets. And then I'm in like a popular dating sim with no overhead because I'll do all the programming and writing. And I'll use public domain assets. And then I'll make another one because people will like that first one. And then something else and something else. And then I'll make a career out of this. And I was like,
You can't just pop out a game like that.
Right. And he's like, the first one I'll do this. And the second one I'll hire people and do bespoke art. And I commented, I was like, okay, so, because he's working on his first game apparently. And I was like, okay, as someone who's working on like their 6th visual novel, like you're looking at a niche market where everyone uses bespoke art. So if you come in, or like all the really successful people use bespoke, original art. So if you come in with public domain art, people are gonna be like, ooh, gross. Yep, they're gonna be like, it's gonna be really obvious because everyone's gonna have seen it. And I said, and don't expect to actually make any money doing this. You'll be lucky if you make your money back. Like, this isn't a field that like you earn a living in. Like everyone who does game dev has another job. Everyone who does voice acting has another job. Like
not everyone's gonna be Doki Doki Literature Club. Just saying.
And right, and like if they ever put out another game, like it's never going to be the same. Like they captured lightning with Doki Doki. If they try to do a second game, everyone's gonna be like, "Why isn't this like Doki Doki?" And Doki Doki was free too. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like Katawa Shoujo, free. All the games that are like Katawa Shoujo, those are all free games. Like whatever. Like they did those because they wanted to, or they wanted to like make a name for themselves. But like, yeah, like
I think that ties into this. Is the stigma around visual novels as a genre is that the market is niche, and it's like I've been going to conventions, and even with this stream I've been talking to people who play Fortnite and things like that, and I'm trying to get people to understand that visual novels are still a game genre, and it's like still something that, how do I put this into words? People think that because they're visual novels, they're not games, but then there's the other aspect that some people think visual novels are like money makers. Do you know what I mean? Like the two splits?
People think that they're easy.
Yeah.
People think that they're somehow like not. So like, I mean, you could have the argument whether they're a game or not till the cows come home, and there's whatever. But like they're a game, first of all. They're a gamified narrative. They're a game. Shut the fuck up. Yep. But also, people think that it's like they're easy to make, and it's like exactly. People think they're very easy to make, and they're not. Like now, Ren'Py does make them more accessible, but accessibility does not mean easy.
It's not like easy. I had to outsource someone to do the programming and project management in itself. You can't just write a game and pop it out.
Right, like it's. I think what it is because like I think it's probably easier to make a not point and click adventure, but like I would think it's probably I don't know, like writing is undervalued, art is undervalued, narrative design is undervalued.
Yeah, and it's so fucking annoying. People can play a game with really really pretty art with a really shitty story, or they think they can toss that out and kind of make the quick buck on it.
Right.
Where it's like, or I saw a girl write a game. I won't mention what game it is, but she'd been working on it forever. It was like her first commercial release. Released the game and people didn't tear it to shreds, but some people were not happy because her art was not quote unquote like anime style. Like how dare you sell this game without pretty art? It's like, oh my god, how entitled do you have to be?
And so many other genre games are so badly written, right? And get with it because of gameplay. VNs don't have it exactly. Like writing is the gameplay in the visual novel. So if the writing is bad, your game is bad. Like you could like write, you could develop, like you could throw together. I hate to say this, but like you could throw together a not an RPG, but like you could throw together a shooter, not like a top down asteroid style shooter. You can throw that together in like a week.
Yeah. And
have a feasible, like functioning multi-level game. Now obviously it might not be polished, it might need a little bit of like, tweaking and stuff, but you can throw together a functional top-down shooter asteroid style in like a week. And no writing, none of that. And so like to say that somehow visual novels are easier is like, okay, write a functional story in a week. Go. you know? Like, I've made a visual novel in 8 days, and it almost killed me.
And it's not only just the writing, too. You're writing a certain way. You're not writing a story. You're writing around aspects.
You're writing multiple stories.
You're writing multiple stories. You're writing choices. You have to make sure it branches correctly and has the right amount of choices or whatever. But also you have to know when so-and-so is going to make this face, or when they're going to enter, and when you're going to transition. Like, these things I didn't realize at first. Transitions, character expressions, things. I was like, I'm just going to write a game and it's going to be fine. But then it's like, no, you need to know when your character is going to come on. You need to know what song's going to play when. You need to know
it's exactly
how
like
the
a screenplay.
Has to say what and how they have to say it. With voice acting, it's kind of me learning a lot of it. It's just like, how do I know what tone of voice I want them to use, or whatever? How do I go about portraying this in a certain way? How do I go about getting the right kind of sound, the right volume, all this? It's like so many levels. You can't just throw it together. You literally will be editing sounds, editing, writing, putting together art. Oh my god.
And PM is right. Scripting, movements, and interactions. It's screenwriting. It's more like a screenplay in a way. It is, exactly. Like, it is exactly like a screenplay. It's an interactive screenplay. That's how I describe it when I go to panels. I say, like, your backgrounds are your backdrop, are your scenes, your backdrops, and your sprites are your actors.
Yeah, people will walk by and be like, okay. Like, I went to a convention where I showed off my game. It was not a convention, but more like a game showcase for indie devs in the New York area. And there was, like, a game that had, like, a line out the door, but, like, people were walking past me because it was like, oh, yours isn't a game, it's a storybook, or whatever. Like, I don't want to read. I even was trying to convince some friends to come into the chat, and I was like, please, please, please watch my stream today, because I kind of want to show you guys what a visual novel is like and what I make. But there were people who just don't take it seriously. As a genre, It's boring, Anna. Whatever. Do you read books? Alright. If you like to read a book, why not give this a chance? It's not your quote-unquote game. It's a game. I know it's a game, but...
Yeah,
so frustrating after how much work you put into it for people to not accept it, and for it to be a niche genre. My goal is to bring it back mainstream. Maybe, I don't know if it's possible, but...
And it's so and like the most frustrating part is, like, ever so often, like, it'll be like, okay, this, every so often when it starts to kind of creep to where it may be mainstream, like, the games that get attention are like Doki Doki, and that one where you're or like Dream Daddy. Well, Dream Daddy was a good game, so I'm okay with that. Like Dream Daddy and Monster Prom were the two where I was like, okay, maybe people are going to be paying. Yeah, or maybe people are going to be understanding that it's a lot more than just, like, I'm really hoping that Boyfriend Dungeon does well. I think that'll be it too.
That's gonna be
but like people will like see, like, if people see things like Hatoful Boyfriend, I PM said it just as I was thinking it. People see things like Hatoful Boyfriend or Doki Doki or Katawa Shoujo, or like that one where the people are dating ISIS, and like that one, or the people see like the ISIS one. It was on Kickstarter.
No fucking way. You're telling me someone made an ISIS dating sim and they put it on fucking Kickstarter?
ISIS dating sim.
ISIS?
Yeah.
ISIS. The terrorist.
Like the terrorist organization, yeah.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Yeah. There was that one.
We have some really interesting gamers in the world.
I can't make fun of the parody games, because I'm literally doing that with the parody of the dating battle royale game.
It's a parody game, that's another thing.
It did get backed, yeah. Oh yeah, on the Supreme Court Simulator, and then like Grand Old Party.
I'm here for it, honestly.
But those are the games that get the most attention.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit of a shame, because while they're solid games, like, I love Hatoful Boyfriend. Like, I think it's a fun game. And like, while they are solid games and, are fun and there's nothing wrong, they're the only games that get attention. And while they're fun games, so why doesn't Like a Voices get attention? That's an amazing game. What about Gender Wrecked? What about, Heaven Will Be Mine got some attention. But, but like, so all these like, Yeah, Will's iteration of that too. Yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with Half a Boyfriend. It's just like those are the games that get, I think Don't Make Love got some attention, which was good.
I think it's also the influencers as well. When I stream visual novels, I get bare minimum views.
Yeah.
It will be the visual novel community in here. For example, I knew today I was not going to get as many views as I get when I stream Fortnite, for example. And that's fine. Literally, when we play visual novels, I was at 21 subs, right? 21 stagnant. I start streaming Fortnite. In 2 months, I go from 21 to 128. Okay, you see the big difference. It's like no one takes the visual novel industry seriously, and it's like people like PewDiePie or Markiplier playing Doki Doki Literature Club that makes it blow up.
Right, exactly.
They're not gonna. Someone like PewDiePie is getting his views off of jokes. He's not gonna play a game seriously, like let's say Lake of Voices, and then people will play it. Like it's not what's gonna happen.
And like it's okay if like I don't mind things staying niche. Like you're always gonna have genres that are kind of niche. It's like 4Xs and RTSs. Those tend to be kind of niche, but people still take them seriously as genres.
Yeah.
Like XCOM is technically belongs to a more niche genre of game, but people still take XCOM seriously, even if you don't play it. Even if that's not your genre, you still take it seriously because you recognize it as being a real game, even if it's not like your preferred genre. And like so like that's the difference. Like I have no problem with visual novels and dating sims staying niche. It's just I wish they were taken more seriously for the amount of work that goes into them.
And let's get real here. The background and basis of all video games are text-based games. And I will make that argument till the day I die.
Exactly.
Text-based games is where it started. You guys played Telltale, or used to play Telltale? Rest in peace. Used to play Telltale games?
It's like all these people like suddenly playing all these David Cage games, and David Cage being so far up his own ass, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
It's like
people have been making these kinds of games for literally 20 years.
Oh my god.
I'm like, I don't want to and it's very strange. And I don't know what the creator market for JVNs is like, but I know that the EVN market is like very female oriented. A lot of women making games.
Yes.
A lot of women making games. A lot of queer women making games. And so, like, I know that even people in the visual novel community who like visual novels are still like, we don't play English visual novels. We only play Japanese visual novels. So even the community itself is bifurcated for no reason. Oh my god, there's a huge section of the visual novel community, especially going like art visual novel and stuff. Like if it's an English visual novel, they don't take it seriously. And it's like, okay, why? Why don't you take it seriously? Like it's built. But I've played more good EVNs than JVNs. Like
I feel like
I'm not sure.
Well, I feel like Alex, you can talk
personally
on this
speaking
too, as well as a voice.
Yeah, we're talking. We're like slamming. Sorry.
Well, no. Well, I feel like he can talk on this as well, Alex, and the fact of like also dubbing as well, not being taken as seriously as Japanese voices. You can talk on that, right?
Yeah, that's something I've known definitely on, especially like in the anime like community. Is everyone keeps on asking, "Oh man, how can you just handle the English dubbing and such?" Man, I mean, come on. It's like, first of all, I mean, some of my idols are in English dubbed anime, so
right. Oh my
that's one
god.
thing. And secondly, I mean, we kind of fell in love with it from the very get-go. So yeah, I mean, it's
like
nothing to say about that.
It's like with like anime in particular and English and voice acting with that regard, it's like what's the problem with having an English version of something and a Japanese version of something? I prefer dubs because I don't like reading on screen. That is a way for me to consume anime in a more comfortable way for me. I like dubs. We don't have a problem with like a Spanish speaking country dubbing over SpongeBob in Spanish. Why the fuck do you care if anime is in English? And like, I've dubbed anime. It's fucking hard. Like, don't ever tell me that it's like somehow lesser than Japanese. Like the Japanese voice.
The
It's like
Japanese voices sound better. It's like okay. I
Well,
feel like
I don't
whatever.
think the voices that took better. I think if anything, they're criticizing that the acting is a lot better, which is not true.
Well,
Acting
they
is
don't-
acting,
And that's the thing. Is like half these people don't even speak Japanese. How do you know the acting's better? You don't.
It's just-
Don't pretend.
You
My
don't.
point is just that acting is acting, no matter what shape or form
Yeah,
it is.
exactly. Acting is acting, and it's so funny because like it's so funny because they will go in and like they'll complain about like oh the ADR script is blah blah blah. And I'm like, you know what? As a person, I get to pull this card now. I get to pull this card now, which makes me very excited. As a person who has gone in and dubbed anime in English, sometimes the Japanese voices don't actually map the flaps of the animation, and the English matches it better.
True.
Like, and then the script, like, in English makes more sense than the script in Japanese. Like, people are so stupid.
Yeah.
Weebs, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with us?
That is true. Yeah, I mean, in some cases, the writers need to be able to try and match the lip laps as soon as possible.
Exactly.
So
People have no concept of how that works. People have no concept of how ADR script writing works.
I feel like you can
It makes me
you can
so
translate
mad.
that over to visual novels again in
Exactly.
JVNs, but specifically EVNs, where people are trying to emulate JVNs. Where
Right.
it's like they'll have the anime style, but they'll literally hire a Japanese singer to sing the title screen. The whole thing will be written
That is
in
something that
English.
is so weird to me.
Like the whole thing will be written
No,
in English,
that's-
but the opening song is Japanese and the characters are voiced in Japanese. Why?
that's kind of a weird thing as well. It's just like when I watched Love Live School Idol Project, it's just that like that's one of the reasons why I like the anime because it's great and it's funny, but when it comes to the singing, I'm like, can not all the actresses like sing? Because I'm pretty sure that Christina B and Caitlin Glass can sing. I'm pretty sure they can.
That is such a weird thing because a lot of it has to do, like that specifically has to do with like what track they put the singing on. So sometimes like they don't get a track that they can sing English on. It happened with Space Dandy, and it also happened with another show that Ian Sinclair is in.
One Piece.
No. It's Ian Sinclair and Caitlin Glass, and it's about these Show by Rock. It's called Show by Rock, and that's all singing. That show is like all singing, and the tracks were not on the same thing that they get the voices from. So it's like I know sometimes they go back and they dub the English with singing, but yeah, no, fair. I'm trying to find something that I dropped, and I'm like, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, like, what is she doing?
I'm trying to find something, and now it's in this pile of
Alright.
paper, and I can't find it. I'm sad.
We gotta do our own separate stream where we just talk about game dev, because we could go on for all night.
We
honestly.
literally could go on all night.
For all night.
Accurate.
Especially about this. My main concern is like games not being accepted or taken as seriously, which we touched upon, because that freaking triggers me beyond no end. Is when I'm telling people I'm making a game and they're like, okay, cool, and I'll be like, oh, do you want to play the game? They're like, nah, I don't read. It's like, oh my god.
Like, that's fair. Like, if you don't read, fair. Alright, cool.
But
You're
it's
not a
like-
reader. That's fair.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah. But, like, appreciate that somebody reads and somebody wrote this shit. Like,
It's like, I get it, my games are not marketed toward everyone, but at least give it a chance. I feel like a lot of people will dismiss it immediately. But
and, like, I think it's like, it's not even, and again, I'm gonna tell a story. I like this story a lot. This is great.
Oh, PM,
This is
don't
very
leave
nice.
yet. He said this was very nice. Don't leave yet. I'm sure Ash got a really good story.
I don't know. It's okay. I think you even see it in the game dev community itself.
Yeah.
Like, I was at an event, and I told this is a story I feel like I've told before because it was so ridiculous. But I was at an event, and it was here in town, and they were presenting a game, and I was like, it's an exploration game, and it has some like visual novel elements to it, and I was like looking at it, I was like, oh, this looks interesting, and he's like, oh yeah, so you, and the guy who's like the developer is like, oh, yeah, so, have you, heard of visual novels? And I was like, okay, this is a good place to start. I like this conversation so far. I was like, yeah, no, I like visual novels. He's like, oh yeah, this game is kind of like a visual novel, like this in these particular ways. I was like, okay, that's fair. He's like, oh yeah, so what kind of visual, what's your visual novel? I started listing off. I was like, well, I like Hustle Cat. It was a JVN. I like Dramatical Murder a lot, but I know as well. I really like this game and this game and this game. I'm listing all these I feel pretty popular visual novels, and he's like, oh, he hadn't heard of any of them. At all. And he's like, oh, so do you like Ace Attorney and 999? And I was like, well, yeah, I guess those are more like hybrid visual novels. And 999 really strikes. I was like, 999 always struck me more as like a escape the room game. But yeah, those are fun games. I felt like such an ass, but where the fuck am I supposed to go with that? If you're gonna come to me and you're gonna compare it to visual novels, you should know more visual novels than Ace Attorney and 999 and Danganronpa. It's like that guy at the audio drama podcast panel I went to who didn't know what Stitcher was, and I was like, what the shit is this?
Bruh.
I didn't even know that Danganronpa was actually a visual novel at all. I didn't know
that. It's not. I don't think
it's not.
But people say, oh, my favorite visual novel is Danganronpa. Bro!
Yeah, it's not real. It's one of those games that's kind of like a hybrid. Ace Attorney is like that's the thing. I think people don't seem to realize that style of storytelling isn't necessarily it's not that it's a visual novel style of storytelling. It's just something that the Japanese picked up and they liked it, and so Convergent Evolution, they just decided to use it in all their games. So even games who aren't really visual novels have that quote unquote visual novel style of storytelling, and it's that's not exactly how that works. That's just a style of storytelling. That's just a that's just sprite and text storytelling. That's not visual novel storytelling. They're different.
Yeah.
I could lecture on the Convergent Evolution of Japanese game storytelling.
Few different series. I think it's important to talk about this stuff.
It's because it's visual novel panel I do, because people keep asking me these weird ass questions. They're like, well, so is Persona like a visual novel? And I was like, no, that's not how that works. I get what you're going for. I understand your question. Convergent Evolution.
Yeah.
Of storytelling aspects. Yeah, I cited people too, because like Ace Attorney is a wonderful game. I love fucking Ace Attorney. It's a great ass game, but it's not really a visual novel. It's a I don't know what you'd call it.
I think that
a narrative something. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what you'd call Ace Attorney.
Really
text
excited.
Adventure?
Yeah, maybe. A detective game? I don't know. It's not even a detective game, but it's oh shit. Honestly, you know what? I feel like visual novels are gonna get more popular. I feel it because
I do too. I mean,
Arcade Spirits was heavily marketed. It's all about marketing too. Arcade Spirits was heavily marketed and it's doing so well. I'm really scared it's just gonna drop off the face of the earth after the couple of weeks that it's been out. I hope that's not the case, because that's one of the most popular visual novels to date that is not a parody per se. And it's been at PAX, it's been at multiple PAX, it's been in the indie game dev booth, and it's a visual novel. That's freaking incredible, honestly, because you would think that a visual novel at PAX was out of the question, so it's not a big game.
No, but it did well though. I played it
well. That's what I'm really, really excited about. So I think a lot more needs to go into marketing, which is what I'm looking into now for my current game that's coming out. But it's really risky because it's is there a market for this? I literally was talking about this Play NYC thing that I'm gonna go to, and my brother said to me, he was like, "See, I don't think you should do it." And I was like, "Why not?" And he goes, "Because you're showcasing your game off to a market that isn't there. You need to go find your niche and market it to those people." And I'm like, I get it, but that's to undermine the entire idea that visual novels are not games. And how do you know? It's yeah,
how do you know people aren't gonna be?
It's gonna get overlooked. Of course, I'm prepared for that. It's not going to
Right.
be as popular as, let's say, a battle royale game or an actual like shooter or whatever. Fine, but you can't discount it that it's an indie game and that you can make games like that. And the point is to bring in more outsiders, quote unquote outsiders, into our little community to make it less niche. It's like, oh my god. So I'm really, really glad with Arcade Spirits because it had a lot of people stream it and it seems like it's doing really, really well. So I really kind of want this momentum to keep going for future games as well. Hope so. I'm excited to see where text-based games are. Bring them back. Bring them back. Please.
Right?
Bring them back. Oh my god. Okay.
So, are there any other questions that...
I know, we got like...
I don't have any other questions specifically. Unless you guys have any closing words that you want to say. The games that you want to, games or work, shows, games that you're in, whatever that you want to promote. Go for it. What are you?
You know me, I'm working on the D stands for demon forever.
Lols,
And go check out My Only Sunshine that I'm the lead voice actor in. Or I say lead voice actor, I'm the main character. It's
Ash plays Aneris in Imre's Curse.
I do,
Hey.
that's true.
So, you know, Imre's Curse is my most polished game, and I think it has the most downloads of all of my games. Which is not even a lot of downloads, but you know what? I'll take it.
Right? Like
I will take it.
Mhm.
Some people be getting 2,000 downloads per game, and it's like, I don't even I have 2,000
how?
I have 2,000 combined stretched over like 4 games. Lol.
Yeah, I don't know how people are like doing this.
It's a lot of marketing, I think, that's gonna go into it. It's gonna be a really fun journey when I do Battle Royale for Your Heart marketing. It's gonna be so much fun. That's gonna be a lot of work. What are you in, Alex, that you wanna talk about?
Well, what I can recently
Oh yeah, what you
promote
can
is
talk
that...
about.
Right, recently I have, it's been outside in the next episode of, what is it? Right, Red Hood and the Outlaws, episode 6, which is a motion comic. I play the Red Hood
Wow.
himself.
Nice.
Hello!
And, believe me, he's
Bro,
a lot
look
of fun
at
to
you
play.
two being main characters and shit. Damn.
True, yeah, and, if you guys want to keep up to date with what I do, I mean, you can find me on my channel on called Jellyfishtheactor. My icon is really just a red jellyfish. You'll find it. And so, yeah, and you can find me on Twitter if you want to at JFTheactor. JFTheactor61. And yeah, let's go in there and chat. And above all, if I had to give any advice when it comes to acting for those who do want to give it a try, remember to rely on your natural instincts and go with your gut. That's honestly what helps me out, and don't overthink.
Don't overthink on anything.
Good shit.
Good shit.
Oh, yeah.
I kept talking over you. I'm so sorry. I have such a loud mouth.
It's okay. It's okay.
He's like, I got
I have
nothing
so
to
much.
add to
I have so much to say.
That's why we're gonna do a whole separate stream or video or something on game dev, specifically visual novels, and get some VN devs in here too, because I know there's a lot of us who want to talk about it, because we got shit to say.
Do you know I am in another upcoming visual novel? I just can't remember its name because it's been so long since I've worked on it.
Oh, do you know who it's by? What your character's name
know
is?
who I know who I played. I need to look up Casting Call Club because I know what the game is called.
What's your
At least,
character?
like,
What's your character's name?
I know the characters were named is Hawk, Alex, and also a police officer. I believe. Yes.
That narrows it down.
I
I feel like Ash is gonna come to me in like 2 days and be like, "This is the game he was in. I knew it."
I would have to think about it. I try to keep up with what everybody's making
Yeah.
and everybody's
Well, it's
in.
not what I'm making. It's just more like what I'm voicing in.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like I try to keep up with like I am like such a nerd because like I'll try to keep up with like who's making what, who has been cast in what,
Yeah.
and like and like be like, "Oh, you're in Caffeine," or "Oh, you're in Victoria's Story," or "Oh my God!" Like every time Adox is cast in anything, I always send her a message. I'm like, "Adox, Alyssa Park."
It's actually really funny because when I was listening to voice acting auditions, I noticed a lot of the names were people that I've seen on my timeline before, which is really
Hells yeah.
fun.
Because
I
we
was
all
like,
follow the same
"Whoa."
people. Like we all
Some
like.
of them are new, but a lot of them are
Oh,
like
I know what it's
called.
It is the visual novel I'm going to be in is called Lust Selection.
Oh, I've heard of. I've
Yeah,
heard of
I've
that
heard
one.
of it.
Lust Selection. That's
Yes.
tasty.
Fancy.
That sounds
Yes, and
tasty.
in there I am playing the role of Hawk, Alex, and also a police officer. That's what I play.
Good. Police officers are fun to play. That's a weird thing to say suddenly, but like I play a police officer in a game. It was like one of my favorite parts.
Good shit. Good shit.
She ended up being a lot of fun. I was like, okay, this character is like way more badass than I expected her to be. Why'd they cast me as her? What the fuck?
Because you're badass, Ash.
Apparently.
That's why I casted you as Anaris, the most badass in the whole game.
And it's super funny because like that studio cast me as another character where I got to like use like my weird southern accent. It was great. I want that game to come out so bad.
Game sync time. Oh my god.
How dare you? How dare you game developers?
How dare you? I'm working on Battle Royale for Your Heart, a Battle Royale dating sim parody that talks about, it's a parody on the Battle Royale genre with games like Fortnite, PUBG, Realm Royale, whatever. The frenzy with it in the public sphere, the community that plays these kinds of games, as well as anime tropes and visual novel tropes. So it's just a whole shit show of just a lot of jokes, but like the underlying message is a critique on everything. So I'm trying to go deep but also funny. See how it'll work out. The demo will be done in June sometime, hopefully, or July. I'll push it to July probably.
Yay.
Secrets Untold will come out sometime. I don't know when. Hopefully not another 3 years, but who knows? And Archer is once again being recorded for Snowdrop, so I have to go bother the voice actor for Lila, but like, and Jolly's already did her line, so that's super exciting. So we're gonna have 2 fully voiced games coming out shortly. But I'm really, really excited about Battle Royale for Your Heart. Ash is gonna be the voice director, so
I am
gonna be exciting.
Yay!
Yay! You can follow him. I was talking. I know, because I'm thinking about this. I was gonna tell you where to follow my game, but like, okay, so
it came out weird.
No, yeah. So my game, Battle Royale for Your Heart on Twitter is BR for Your Heart, is the Twitter handle. But I say him because it's basically a not a fake account, but it's like I take the persona of Samurai Striker, one of the main characters of the game, who is like this streamer who like streams battle royale games or whatever.
You know what you need? You know what you need to do?
What?
Okay, I'm gonna run this. Okay, what you need to do, what I need to help you do, is when you find your voice actor for Samurai Striker, we should use I gotta figure this out. Like use there's an After Effects puppet maker, and it's like we could make a Samurai Striker like avatar that like actually talks.
Yeah.
I would need to figure it out because I was thinking we could do a live stream, but like you'd have to have the software on your you'd have to have the software on your computer to do it. And so like it would have to be so weird. Like it would have to be like whoever is playing Samurai Striker would have to like pipe into my computer, and then I would have to. It could be done. It could be done. Like it could be done. I just have to figure it out.
We need to talk about this afterwards because I got some ideas based off what you just said. Well, it's gonna be fun. I gotta write all this stuff. We're casting. I'm currently going through all of the casting stuff. It's 330 auditions. I gotta sift through it. I gotta sift through it, but I already narrowed it down to 2 voices for each spot for 3 of the 5 characters. So you'll be getting that stuff soon, Ash. I gotta send you documents. I wanted to send it to you all together in one thing so you can do it in one sitting. yeah, that's it. If you like this game as we know it, you can find it on itch.io. You can find it on Steam. You can follow Jamie on Twitter. Jamie Scribbles. Waffles are the best. Yes, you can. PM's gonna pimp Scribbles' new project, which it's called In the Blood or something like that, right? In Blood? Not In the Blood. In Blood. Pretty sure. It's like a horror game, right? Oh, there it is. It's in the chat.
I need to use one of the soft forums more.
Yeah, I posted my game and that was it.
Yeah.
Oh, In Blood, yeah.
Ooh, I like these like demon
Whoa.
characters. I'm down with this shit.
To get with some demons. Oh shit. Support indie game devs, support English voice actors, support voice actors who work in indie games. We're all a big, massive community. Honestly, we're all working on indie games, whether you're a voice actor, a writer, video editor, developer, whatever. We're all in this together, so you know, let's get it.
I love the combination of horror romance. Oh wait, anyway, sorry.
It's gonna be a horror romance, and she hopes to voice act it if she can get the funds. So you can follow.
Hells yeah.
I believe Jamie's in Twitter is Waffles Are the Best as
It
well,
is.
right? And then
Yeah.
PM here's PM Scenarios. I'm pretty sure as well. So you can follow both of them for high quality work. Follow Ash, Pixels and Pins. Follow Alex, and he said, Alex, what's your Twitter though? It's different than
Okay, yeah. My Twitter name is actually JFtheactor61.
like real talk. If you go under my Twitch thing, I have my Twitter feed right there, and it should be a comment right on the first one that says like streaming with Pixels and Pins and Alex, and then you can click it and follow them. A+. We're gonna do another We Play Visual Novels soon because we have a lot of games to play, and I don't know who will be back on the show or who will
Me,
come
probably.
on. If you're down, Alex, you're more than welcome to come back on.
Yeah, I'm up for coming back here again.
Yeah, I want to
It's a
try
lot
to
of fun to meet you
hardcore
guys.
trying to get Caramel in the next one though,
Girl, ladies.
because it's just not the same without the Will Smith jokes every 3 seconds. We gotta,
And the horse memes. The horse memes. The hemes.
We gotta take it back old
Oh, wait,
school.
Will Smith, don't know about me? No, that rang the bell. Okay.
It will be a blast. Thanks for stopping by, and I will see you next time. All right.
TFN.
Woo.
Okay, that was a long